In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
Second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV business segment, broadcasting live from Enugu. We are tracking an absolute powerhouse opening today. The bulls have seized full control of the Nigerian exchange, popping staggering 3.17 trillion naira into the market in a single section, while the naira holds firm under the 1,400 mark. As Wall Street breaks historic records above 53,000 milestone, we break down exactly what this global and local momentum means for your portfolio today. And this is the Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your word finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. The trading bell is ringing. Let's get down to business. Starting from Nigerian equities market, we begin in the domestic financial space, where the bulls took full control of the Nigerian exchange to kick off the trading week. A massive wave of buying interest across heavyweight banking, industrial and energy stocks triggered a remarkable rally, easing the anxieties of the previous week. The benchmark Nigeria Osha Index recorded a stellar 2.15% surge, closing at 178.23 points, making it its highest performance in the past 7 days. This aggressive buying momentum injected substantial wealth into the hands of investors. Equity capitalization expanded significantly, adding 3.17 trillion naira in a single section to close at a historic 150.27 trillion naira. Market breadth finished firmly in the positive zone, with 54 equities advancing against 12 decliners. And quickly, let's take a look at the top 5 gainers. The financial and oil sectors led the charge on the charts yesterday, with First Holding Company and Wema Bank securing maximum daily limits. First Holding Company yesterday closed at 60 naira 50 kobo, making a positive bullish adjustment of 10%. Wema Bank followed suit at 29 naira 70 kobo, yes, closing its trading book, making a bullish adjustment in the highest rim of a positive 10%. Aradel yesterday closed 1,403 naira 30 kobo in the bullish rim as well of a positive 9.99% adjustment. NGS Group yesterday closed in the positive rim as it closed the trading at 129 naira 75 kobo in the bullish rim of 9.96%. Veritas Capital, yes, again, another stock that closed the day in the positive rim as it made a positive adjustment of 9.92% to close its trading book at 1 naira 44 kobo. And quickly, here are the leggers, where conversely, profit taking and sell-offs hit selected consumer goods, aviation, and industrial names, dragging them down to bottom of the table. The lead in this category is Vitafoam, closing yesterday in the negative of a bearish adjustment of 10% to close at 170 naira 10 kobo. NACO yesterday in the losing gang closed at 133 naira 65 kobo in the negative rim of a 10% negative adjustment. CAP PLC yesterday equally in the leggers table closed at 157 naira 60 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 9.99%. FT Sure, yesterday closed at 2 naira 90 kobo, making a negative bearish adjustment of 9.94%. Thomsway yesterday closed in the negative as well, as it made a negative adjustment of 9.45% to close at 2 naira 49 kobo. And quickly, here is our market projection for today. As the opening bell approaches for today's section, market indicators suggest that the positive momentum is likely to persist. Traders are maintaining a bullish outlook for today, driven by the ongoing domestic institutional accumulation of value stocks. Key sectors to watch include industrial goods and oil and gas, which are carrying significant tailwinds from their strong performance in the first half of the year. However, investors should expect mild intraday volatility and pocketed profit taking, particularly within the banking sector, as some market participants look to lock in short-term gains from yesterday's massive run. And quickly turning now to the currency market, where the Nigerian naira maintained a stance of relative stability against the United States dollar at the close of yesterday's trading session. This steady performance comes on the heels of the central bank's sustained liquidity interventions and ongoing foreign exchange market reforms. At the official Nigerian foreign exchange market, the naira held its ground firmly within the 1,370 naira band, closing the day at 1,370 naira 33 kobo to the greenback. Meanwhile, moving over to the parallel market or the street market, the street value of the local currency showed minimal variation. Bureau de change operators in major trading hubs like Lagos and Abuja quoted the buying rate at 1,385 naira and the selling price at 1,400 naira to the dollar. This places the spread between the two markets at an encouraging narrow premium of just about 2.1%. The stability reflected across other major global counterparts as well, keeping the oilified market in a tight trading range. And quickly taking a look at how the naira closed against the British pound. The naira against the pound for the official market stood at 1,745 naira 50 kobo, and at the parallel market it sold for 1,770 naira. And against the euro, the naira went for at the official market at 1,481 naira 20 kobo, and in the street market it stood at 1,510 naira. And quickly, here is our forex market outlook for today. Heading into today's section, market observers anticipate the naira will continue to trade within the current horizontal band, supported by improved dollar liquidity inside the official banking system. The significant narrowing of the arbitrage window continues to discourage speculative trading, keeping parallel rates accord. However, currency analysts warn that corporate demand from manufacturers and importers prepping for the third quarter inventory cycles could exert mild pressure on supply lines later in the week. All eyes remain on the central bank's volume-weighted average to see if they will defend this current threshold. And quickly, moving to the global energy market. Yes, as the close of International Energy Desk, ICE Brent crude futures settled marginally lower, dropping 24 cents or 0.33% to finish this section at $71.88 per barrel. Trading volumes remain highly concentrated as the market absorbed significant structural news. Throughout the day, the front-mount contract established a relatively tight trading band, tracking an intraday high of $72.61 per barrel and finding a firm support floor at an intraday low of $71.03 per barrel. Now taking a look at the global energy benchmark, as at Monday close, the slight retreat in North Sea bench mirrored similar downward pressure across the Atlantic on the U.S. West Texas Intermediate Board. And we'll take a look now at what the table is telling us. Brent crude stood at $71.88 per barrel, and then that's making a net change of 0.24 cents and a daily negative change of 0.33%. WTI crude stood at $68.58 per barrel, indicating a net change of 0.11 cents and then making a daily negative change of 0.16%. And here is our market outlook for today. Looking ahead into today's trading window, market analysts expect Brent crude to face continuous resistance around the $72 threshold, driven primarily by fundamental supply expansion. The dominant driver for today's sentiment is the official announcement from OPEC Plus alliance members confirming a coordinated production hike of 188,000 barrels per day to set the effect by next month. Furthermore, easing geopolitical anxieties regarding shipping channels in the Middle East, especially temporary peace framework reopening commercial transit through the Strait of Hormuz, is actively removing the risk premium that previously supported prices. Traders should anticipate The market maintaining a highly cautious flat to downward bias. Yesterday, awaiting fresh U.S. inventory data later in the week to test the $71 baseline. And quickly heading to the commodities market, we are looking ahead into today's trading window. Market analysts, expect that the Brent, like we told you before we get into the commodities market, will continue to trend towards the tight barrier, the $72 threshold. And quickly looking ahead to today's trading, where the staple food, when we look at the price, the regional variation, moving on to Enugu, where the price of local rice at 50 kg bag of it, stood at 52,000 naira, and in Abuja it sold for 46,500 naira, and in Lagos, yes, the price, it was equally distinct as it stood at 54,000 naira. And looking at the white gari, yes, the local white gari that in Enugu sold for 942 naira, and in Abuja it went for 670 naira, and Lagos it went for 800 naira. The brown beans, yesterday the 100 kg bag of it stood at 112,000, whereas in Abuja it sold for 86,000 naira, and in Lagos it went high. Lagos paid a premium at 115,000. And quickly stepping aside to take a look at the onions, 1 kg retail price of it in Enugu sold for 1,714 naira, and in Abuja they got a bargain at 907 naira. Lagos paid equally a better price than Enugu at 1,150 naira. And quickly taking a look at export grains and cash crop performance. Over at the institutional side of trade, the AFES export index recorded a marginal positive shift of 0.28% at yesterday's close. This minor uptick was primarily driven by international supply constraints in the West African sub-region, forcing global buyers to look towards domestic warehouses. Cocoa futures finished strong, settling at 7,116.96 kobo per metric ton, up 3.42% in a single session. However, the domestic volume for export Shogun traded entirely flat, holding its ground at 333.28 kobo per metric ton, as international logistics channels balance out local merchant volumes. And quickly, here is our market projection for today, as it has to do with the commodities market. As trading fields open up today, spot market analysts project that staple food prices will remain sticky at these elevated baselines, heavily influenced by off-season agricultural realities. The principal driver for today's market direction continues to be the ongoing reliance on northern food corridors to replenish southern inventory lines. Traders in Lagos and Enugu should brace for continuous premium prices in perishable items like onions and tomatoes due to seasonal crop rotations. Conversely, the Abuja and wider north central corridors will enjoy a relative buffer from lower domestic haulage costs. On the export desk, cash crop like cocoa are expected to maintain an upward trajectory as global demand aggressively outpaces available domestic output for the quarter. And quickly turning our attention to the international stage. Yes, we turn our attention to the global financial capitals now, where the Wall Street kicked off the trading week with an absolute powerhouse performance. A massive sector-wide rebound in artificial intelligence and semiconductor chips propelled America indices near historic peaks, contrasting sharply with a more selective mixed performance across major European and Asian trading floors. And quickly taking a look at the Wall Street, where the technology sector reasserted its dominance as buying momentum built rapidly through the section. The tech-heavy Nasdaq Composite led the charge, surging 1.12% to finish at 26,121.16 points. The benchmark S&P 500 followed closely, advancing 0.72% to pull within just 1% of its all-time record high. Not to be outdone, the blue chip Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 0.29%, closing at 53,055.91, marking its historic first ever finish above the 53,000 milestone. And across the Atlantic, European markets posted modest steady gains. Equities were buoyed early by a significant rally in defense talks ahead of the crucial NATO summit in Ankara, alongside a surprise 1.9% rebound in German manufacturing orders. In London, FTSE 100 edged up 0.40%, closing at 10,724.93 points. In Paris, the CAC 40 matched that pace, advancing 0.40% as corporate content deals boosted sentiment. Frankfurt DAX 40 finished slightly more conservative, adding 0.20% to steady the Eurozone's largest economy amid ongoing construction sector pressures. And moving over to the Asian Pacific corridors, the trading day finished with highly fragmented, mixed regular section. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index emerged as the region's clear outlier, jumping 1% on a late session institutional inflows. However, mainland Chinese markets faced mild resistance, with the Shanghai Composite inching down less than 0.10% to close at 4,042.0 points in Seoul. The South Korean Kospi felt deeper selling pressure, dropping 0.70% to settle at 8,033.16 points, while Tokyo's Nikkei 225, that's speaking to Japan, closed marginally lower to round out a highly cautious regional frame. And quickly, here is the market outlook. Heading into today's European and American section, market participants are keeping a highly watchful eye on monetary policy indicators. The core driver for global sentiment today will be the anticipation surrounding tomorrow's release of the U.S. Federal Reserve's June meeting minutes. Investors are looking for concrete clues regarding the timing of interest rate adjustment following a visible cooling U.S. labor market. While technology and defense infrastructures shares are expected to maintain strong support baseline in Europe and the Americas, Asian markets face an opening bias of tight range-bound trading as currency decks adjust to a strengthening US dollar against the Japanese yen and euro. And quickly, before we call it a day, here is our market advice for the especially Nigerian investors. And we are telling you to, 1, lock in short-term gains on extreme advancers. You understand that with market breadth stretching to an aggressive 54/12 ratio percent yesterday, several mid and large cap banking assets are entering short-term overbought territory. Expect pocketed profit taking today. Tactically, shave off trading profits from yesterday's limit up gainers to free up cash. Then secondly, we are urging you to accumulate underpriced consumer and industrial names. You understand that while the index boomed, high-quality defensive tickers like Vitafoam and CAP suffered mass limit daily drawdowns at a negative 10% bearish adjustment due to localized sellers. This divergence presents a stark buying opportunity. Use today's opening volatility to cherry-pick these mispriced, structurally sound industrial and consumer goods counters at a discount. And then thirdly, we are urging you to maintain an overweight posture on energy. Yes, given the fundamental first year half outperformance of the Nigerian Exchange Oil and Gas Index, which is at a positive 90.2%, and is backed by strong real sector tailwinds. Even with Brent crude expressing minor global resistance around $72, domestic asset accumulation in top-tier local producers like Aradel and Seplant remains a reliable anchor for long-term capital appreciation. And then on capitals, we are urging you to capitalize on compressed forex spreads. You understand that the tight 2.1% premium between official and the parallel currency lines indicate that forex speculation is dead for the current cycle. For corporate investors or importers, this horizontal trading band offers an ideal window to clean up outstanding 10th quarter foreign obligations before manufacturing inventory cycles pick up speed later in the quarter. However, here is a quick reminder before we move on with today's trade. While we give you the data, We don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. And this wraps up the market segment. Stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Once in a while I dream. Once in a while I think of you. I reminisce on days gone by when you and I were new. Once in a while.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payments to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Good morning and welcome to Aneke TV Sports. Today I am your one and only Good Chukuma, the Sports Oracle, bringing you what's happening around the world of sports, how it has been in the World Cup. You know, yesterday was a day that everyone talking about Ronaldo fans were just, flabbergasted, and everyone was in despair seeing that Cristiano Ronaldo has been knocked out of the World Cup. In fact, people did not say Portugal has been knocked out of the World Cup. To tell you how influential this guy is, they said Cristiano Ronaldo is out of the World Cup. That's the headline. This and more are what we'll be bringing your way this morning as we delve right into the world of sports and as it's happened.
Yeah, good morning, sports lovers. Welcome to your favorite program. Of course, it's the Aneke Sports, and remain your humble host worldwide saying good morning. It was a heartbreaking moment for us. We'll say Cristiano Ronaldo's lovers, as I also am a lover of Cristiano Ronaldo, but unfortunately, he had to be, knocked out of the World Cup against Spain. But definitely, it was a good game. It was not something they went home with their shoulder low. They went home with their shoulder high. Of course, it was an extra time goal, or what we call a 9-minute goal at the 90+1. But the match was, it was eventful. It was full of passion. It was full of, emotions. The chances came in. Both sides, missed a lot of chances. But at the end of the day, they say the better team had the winner, and of course Spain proceeded to the quarterfinals. But of course, there are a lot of things to talk about apart from the World Cup. We still have, the boxing matches that are coming up, and of course the Formula 1. So stay tuned as we proceed.
Yeah, are you done? Are you done? I want that to just where Cristiano Ronaldo is lifting gas.
I'm tired of the images I've seen since yesterday night. I had to even just off my data and just let me just leave, because these people are really
they are getting to your nerves.
I've seen him lifting cylinder. I've seen him when they gave him the World Cup. He tried to dodge it and say no, it's not for me. I've seen his leg. There is one they turned it to bed leg, and it was just one straight line that was there. There are so many. There's one that they sold that brother for him. There are so many pictures coming out. This internet, if you stay internet from yesterday night to this morning, you will laugh. You will forget yourself.
Yeah, if you stay there, you will laugh, and then you will also, relinquish the memory how Cristiano Ronaldo. But talking about this guy has been on the mainstream of football for
Cristiano
years.
Ronaldo is a great guy.
More than a decade.
He's a great guy.
He has been in the mainstream of football more than a decade. Seeing how he came from just the rubbles in that city of Portugal.
Yeah.
Seeing how, he tried to do other things before he now started playing football. And I will tell you the truth, Cristiano Ronaldo has inspired many on this journey. And I'm not still talking about Cristiano Ronaldo as a fan. I'm also talking about him as someone who has influenced the culture of football, who has also influenced the culture of sports. Across the world of sports, you only have one person who does sue. And thinking about that, it tells you how influential he has been. Now also talking about tenacity, professionalism, talking about the winning mentality. And I told you something. If someone will ever succeed at their coaching role, at their coaching job, it will be the one who has the winning mentality. That's why a lot of coaches are not succeeding at their job. I'm telling you that what they take their jobs as could be poverty alleviation, or just to come out of bills, to pay bills and the rest of them. But looking at Cristiano Ronaldo, I will tell you that this guy, he has headlined a lot of good things. He has modeled resilience. He has modeled that grit that he cannot back down. And whenever you have him, the brand that comes to your mind is someone who has built his life, who has built the game, who has influenced the culture of football, who has made people to love football. That's the most important thing. Cristiano Ronaldo has made people to love football. He has made both men, women, boy, child, girl, child. He has made even the youths to love football. I'm sure many people became football fans just because of Cristiano Ronaldo. And I'm sure millions of fans around the world would still support Cristiano Ronaldo, even though he has taking a step out of Portugal. He has announced that he's going out of Portugal. And I would really love to appreciate this guy. I would really love to, see him and meet him. And then maybe because of age, that's why people are mocking him. And I don't understand what that means.
I don't know why someone at this...
You're mocking someone who's 41.
You don't know about football.
Listen, you're mocking someone who's 41. You say was it not better he retires? I want to ask you one question. Is it not better he retires? Even at your age, at 19, he can still dribble you.
No, Ronaldo cannot be mocked for me. It's just, all those bands that normally people want to say. As a Messi fan, you want to mock him. That's what we basically see. But you cannot mock Ronaldo. Is it that you are just trying to say, okay, you did not get the World Cup? That's the only thing you can say. But in terms of football, you know that this is one of the greats, whether you like it or not. When you say, you mention greats, you don't say this is just the only person that is
best in football or the number one person in football. In football, you have names that have been there before. You have the likes of Maradona that was there. You have Pele that was there. You have Ronaldinho. You have Ronaldo. You have JJ Okocha. You have Kanu Nwankwo. You have so many names that you can mention in the world of football. So you don't just get to say, this one is just the only person that have graced football. Yes, Ronaldo did not win the World Cup, but this is someone that before his time, Portugal had no major trophy. Before he came to, as he started playing for Portugal, they had no major trophy. But today, he's retiring with 3 major trophies in Portugal. Just that he did not win the World Cup, you want to mock him. This is one of the highest goal scorers in Champions League. This one, in fact, is the highest goal scorer. He's about like 23 goals away from 1,000 goals, in a career. Imagine someone having 1,000 goals in a career. How many people did that during their own time? Nobody has done that. And when he gets to that feat, you still want to mock him. This is someone that started football in Sporting CP. From Sporting CP, he moved to Manchester United, won the Ballon d'Or with Manchester United, moved to Real Madrid, won the Ballon d'Or more than 3 times with Real Madrid, then moved to Juventus. This is someone that's conquered England, conquered Spain, went to Italy, still played with Juventus, won the title there. And so many other trophies. Now he is in Saudi Arabia with Al Nassr. He has given Al Nassr a trophy also, one of their first ever trophy. And you want to mock him that he did not carry the World Cup. This is someone that is the current Europe holder, that's the Europe Championship holder with Spain. Then you still want to mock him for, and he's 41. Don't forget, this man is 41. He's not even in his, let's say, late 30s or middle 30s. This man has played football worldwide, and you have nothing. If you check his personal achievements, if Ronaldo should open his cabinet, his trophy room, and show you what he has achieved.
No.
I don't think you want to mock him again.
No. I think from what you just said, if Ronaldo should open his trophy cabinet, you can show you what. No. When you enter, we close the door, beat you inside there. We beat you inside there.
Trophies that we will
beat you inside there.
You remember that this
can go out.
No, there's so much that this man. I can't call him young man again. This man has achieved a lot.
Let's take this conversation to a more broader prospect.
Yeah.
Let's go back to times. Let's do a time travel back.
Yeah.
Where Cristiano Ronaldo was 22. And he's playing against Spain.
We all saw what he did. Now
imagine he had the pace, he still had that chance to do what he could do. Just imagine that he's still 25 and he has everything. And you know how he was when he was 25.
Yeah.
It was a problem.
No, you can't.
It was a global problem.
That's why I say you cannot mock him, because he has faced this thing before and he delivered. This is a man that is 41 years old. You cannot take that fact away that he's getting tired. He has done his bit. He's getting tired. There are other people there in the team that we should mention. We should even leave this man aside. He was even still able to play 90 minutes in a very intense, kind of competition in the round of 16. At 41, you are still playing 90 minutes. Ronaldo has done his best, and Portugal did well. They did not. You cannot say Portugal did not play well against Spain. It was a 90+1 minutes goal, for God's sake. Merino came in and got the goal. That match could have proceeded to extra time and penalties. We might not know who might have come out victorious from that match. So this is Portugal still holding down Spain. Spain has a lot of young talent. This is where Lamine Yamal plays, of course. This is where Alex Bernard plays. Oyarzabal is there. Dani Olmo, Gavi. These are young squad that are still playing. Pedri, Rodri was still there. Kubasi at the back, Cucurella, then the keeper. You cannot say this squad is just too good that Portugal had to go down, and they are very young. You can compare them to Portugal team that is having Ronaldo, Vitinha, who is almost also retiring. You have their defense line. Cancelo is almost also retired. These guys' age are no more on their side, and they did well.
Let's talk about Lamine Yamal, even though we're still going to switch to other sports.
Yeah.
But it's very important we just deal with these cases. This case and cases now, because many people are feeling that Cristiano Ronaldo failed his country. And also, you are going to see that yesterday's game, even though the way they were playing was not so fantastic when it comes to football, it wasn't that class. However, I now find it interesting to understand why they played that way. Because the pace that they had in the game, Portugal controlled the pace, but Spain controlled more pace because they had young
squad. Now, they were more in possession.
Now let's talk about Lamine Yamal yesterday. Lamine Yamal tried and he tried to assist. He was thinking it was Olise, Michael Olise.
He was doing his best to get that assist.
And he was trying to assist. He was also trying to, he had 2 shots on target.
And we should not forget the person that marked him. That's Mendes.
In fact, Mendes at some point had to leave the game.
He was
because
injured,
of injury. And, you know, when Mendes now left,
that's when, like,
there
was someone that was able to keep this young lad down. How many people in Lamine Yamal is 19? When Ronaldo was 19, 20, how many defenders will you hear that kept Ronaldo silent in a match? Then it was in Manchester United also, yeah. So imagine Ronaldo at 19, 20, playing a match in a Premier League. He has 5. How many footballers, apart from Messi, has 5? The great Maradona did not get Zidane. When you talk about Ronaldo, I want to mention players that has, you know, graced this. Ronaldinho. These people, Kaká, they don't have Cafu, Roberto Carlos. When you hear players, even Frank Lampard does not even have any. Steven Gerrard. So if you want to mention great names, how many even have 3? Let's leave 5. So when you look at this man's achievements in football, and you get close to, let's leave half. I think half is even too big now. Let's go to quarter. That you achieve just 1 Ballon d'Or or 2 with Ousmane Dembele now is going for his 2nd Ballon d'Or. When you are seeing how happy he is already. Of course, he is the in fact number 1 contender right now. France are in a good position in the World Cup. He's the Champions League winner. He has so many other achievements. So definitely he's going to win. So when this guy gets to 2, you will see the progress in it. This is Ousmane Dembele that struggled in Barcelona to even get playing time. He did not get. He was in Borussia Dortmund before he came to Barcelona. Now moved to PSG. He is now achieving that feat, getting his first Ballon d'Or in PSG. This is what Mbappe also is looking for. Mbappe is a World Cup holder, but he does not even have that Ballon d'Or. He does not have Champions League. So there are so many achievements that this man has, Portugal itself, as a country, this man brought them their first 3 major trophies. We had the likes of Figo then, who could not bring Figo was in number 7 that handed over to Ronaldo. He did not bring these major trophies there, but when the young man came, he brought 3. Just that he did not win the World Cup and so. So what now happens if a footballer does not win the World Cup? He should not be regarded as one of the best. And so we, normally we get to, just do those banter, and you say you are trying to bant the other person. So we are going to see this thing, but even those that are banting him, that we call the Messi fans, cannot overemphasize that this guy is one of the best. He brought competition to football. If not for Ronaldo now, maybe we will have only been mentioning Messi, right? This is the only name we might probably be seeing every time. So this guy gave Messi a run for his money. It was competition. For more than 10 straight seasons, the Ballon d'Or was between Ronaldo and Messi. For 10 straight seasons, these 2 people were exchanging it. So I can't come out and say that Ronaldo, in fact, this is clear to everybody. He's one of the best in football. He has gone down in history in one of the best in football. For Portugal, he's one of the best, if not the best of all time in Portugal. So for me, the man has done well, and he's retiring a proud, personality. Despite living at the round of 16, he has tried his best, and I'm proud to be, one of the people that witnessed, in fact, this great footballer of our own time.
Okay, while we're still on that, let's just take a look at what's happening in the world of Formula One, where you know that it was the Silverstone time, and you could have Charles Leclerc taking his first victory after sitting for 2 days of having nothing to his name. And Charles Leclerc has come out to be an inspiration to a lot of things we do, an inspiration, a really mighty inspiration. Perhaps you are not getting it right. I mean, one of the days you could click it and that will be your right time.
After 642
days, yes, it has been a long time.
That's 2 years plus.
Yes, 2 years plus. Remember we told you it was in 2024 that he won his last Grand Prix race. And now I want to bring you that we also have this guy who has dominated just the world of Formula One. I'm talking about after George Russell won Australian Grand Prix, you also having Kimi Antonelli winning the Chinese Grand Prix, winning the Japanese Grand Prix, winning the Canadian Grand Prix, winning the USA Grand Prix, and then you have Lewis Hamilton coming out to win the Barcelona Catalunya Grand Prix. Then you also now have Russell winning Austrian Grand Prix, and the last winner of the Grand Prix so far, should be, and it's Leclerc. Now, Leclerc is been on 24 days since last win in the Formula One, and this guy is having his moment right now. I don't know what you think about, when you have not had your victory, but one time you now break forth, and it's going to be the headline of the news, of the information that is coming to people. So looking at this guy, I must tell you that, even though Lewis Hamilton has really had his facts and the rest of them, and he has actually had Lewis Hamilton, who has had 207 podiums, to give you an idea of just how staggering that figure is. There are only 12 drivers in the entire history of the sport who have managed to finish 207 races or more. You see?
Just 12 drivers. Only
12 drivers who has managed to even win, to finish 207 races or more. Okay, 12 drivers. Now the 12, you can have the 12 drivers. You have Lewis Hamilton has 352 podiums. Fernando Alonso of Spain has 348 podiums. Then we have Kimi Raikkonen. We have 278 podiums. Then you have, Sebastian Vettel of Germany. He has 254 podiums. Then you have Mexican Sergio Perez. He has 249, podium. Then you have the British Jason Button. We can call him Button. Yeah, we call him Button, really. He has 230 podiums. Then you have Felipe Massa of Brazil. He has 225 podiums. Then you have Ruben Barrichello. He has 224 podiums. Then you have Valtteri Bottas. You have 223. Then Daniel Ricciardo of Australia has 216, and Nico Hülkenberg has 208 podiums. So it's to tell you how wonderful this guy has been, even though he was not able to take on the Silverstone race last weekend, but he had to, become a part of history. These guys that are quite old in sports, anytime they tend to achieve one thing or the other, what happens to them? They just create a history. Yeah. Just looking at Ronaldo going out of the World Cup, everyone has forgotten that he has been the only player to score in 6 World Cup games consecutively.
Yeah. History is always there.
History is always there. But then, who's rewarding history? That's the question. Nobody's rewarding history.
For you, it's like a record that you now have to break.
Yes, it's what you have to break. You have to break the record. Just like Lewis Hamilton now. Look at the record. He has had 207 podiums. These 207 podiums is actually, it has been just 12 drivers in the world of Formula One that could boast of this 207 podium, that could even finish a race. Do you know what it means? It means that 12 of them started and 12 of them finished. And in just a singular race, there are more than 12 drivers.
There are more than 20. Something that you want to raise, like a motivation. This guy has been there when we have been mentioning Sir Lewis Hamilton, mentioning Kimi, mentioning Verstappen, all these guys, George Russell, winning their slam or winning 1 or 2 competitions. We have mentioned Kimi a lot, and him coming out, from these, names that we have been mentioning. Last time we said maybe we will see somebody winning that we have not even been talking about. This is him actually coming out. He has been there. He has been a winner, but it's been a while. It's been almost 2 years that he won a Grand Slam. So this is like a motivation to you guys out there that no matter what you are doing, don't give up. Don't give up. Don't back down. If you are falling so many times, if you have been failing, don't just give up. Stand up, motivate yourself, get on, do something else, try again. Don't stop trying, keep trying until you achieve your aim, until you get that thing you're looking for. This is like a life lesson for me. It's not just to look at it that it's just a Formula One win, but remember, this took him almost 2 years to achieve. So you have been falling, it's just maybe two weeks or 2 months or whatever. Get up again, do it again. You can, get your aim at the final try. So it's not a time to give up. This is a lesson that we have learned from Leclerc and from Formula One. So it's also good when you watch the sport, you get 1 or 2 lessons from it. And moving forward, Mr. Goodhope, let's take a short break. When we come back, we'll dive into the world of boxing. We still have a lot for you from the world of boxing, and also give you, it was not only Ronaldo and Spain that played ball yesterday. We had the like of USA who also played their match against Belgium. So there's still a lot to come. Let's just have a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that short break. And if you are just joining us, it's still your favorite program, Aneke Sport, right here on Aneke TV. We have been talking about the various activities that's happening in the world of sports. And of course, we started by telling you about the Portugal and Spain match yesterday, where Portugal had to be eliminated. And of course, Cristiano Ronaldo also has said he's going to retire from, of course, country football. He's still going to be playing his club football. So for the country, for the national team Portugal, you're not going to be seeing the great name Cristiano Ronaldo, number 7. So this is actually the reality of football. But moving forward, we'll go into the boxing world, where we have a UFC fight. It's between Gamrot versus Salkid. This is for the lightweight bout, and it's coming up August 8th. That's on Saturday. You are going to see this live on, it's either going to be broadcasted on DAZN or TNT. This match is between Gamrot and Salkid. I don't know if you have anything concerning these two guys, but this match is going to really be an intense match. These guys, their six-pack is really showing, and they are ready for the fight. And of course, we have other fights in the world of boxing. That is not the only fight we have. We have a lot of them, and you are seeing them right there in your screen. We told you about McGregor versus Holloway. This is for the welterweight bout. This is for UFC 329, of course, it's on Paramount. And of course, by the side there, you have St. Denis versus Pimblet. This is for the lightweight bout. Then moving downward a bit, we have the guys from USA. We have Sandagen versus Batista. This is for the bantamweight bout. And of course, Royval versus Kavanagh. This is for the flyweight bout. Then you have Green versus McKinney. This is also for the lightweight bout. Then moving down a bit, we have Whitaker versus Kirov. This is for the light heavyweight bout. Then we have Stevenson versus Ellison. This is for the heavyweight bout. This is an all-US fight. Then we move by the side, which is also an all-US fight. A fight between Garbrandt versus Yanez. This is for the bantamweight, bout. Then we move downwards. We have the female fight, where we have a fight between Cortez versus Wang. This is USA versus China, and it's of course the women's flyweight bout. Then you move a little bit by the side. You have Pinas versus Almeida. This is for the middleweight bout. Then also we have a fight between Basharat versus Ewing. This is for the bantamweight bout, and also the guy from Brazil, that is talking about Gandra versus Reese. This is also for the middleweight bout. Then also we have a guy from US facing the guy from Brazil, also Doden versus Costa. It's for the flyweight bout. All these fights are coming up July 11th. It's about 5 days from now.
5 days from now, we go to the ring and I deal with you.
No, we don't go to the ring.
We go to the ring and I deal with you.
I'm not following you to any ring. If you are going to the ring, I'm going to be by the side watching. If you want me to officiate, I can officiate. But if you are talking about throwing me some punches, I don't think I'm willing to receive.
No, nobody's throwing punches. You don't throw punches, you punch.
When anything, if of course you have to throw it. It's not going to just come outside. So if you are ready to throw punches, I'm going to tell you for a fact, I'm not the right candidate for you. I'm going to prescribe.
But it's not about candidates.
I have other people that can.
No, it's not about candidates. It's about that's what you feel in your.
No, I have people that you can exercise your human rights on. I can refer you to Mr. Oche. I can refer you to Oga Oke. I can refer you to Mr. Ima. A lot of them that are more muscular than me. I'm just just take a good look at me. Why are you trying to?
Well, I'm taking a good look at you, and that's why we are going to talk about what happened in the world of football. Yes, yesterday too, we are still seeing that game, talking about Belgium USA, after President Trump agreed that he was the one that overturned
that match yesterday. There has been a lot of comments yesterday,
and seeing what happened yesterday tells you. I told you something before. I told you something before we left. I said that I will not say anything until after that game, when we are done with that game.
Yeah,
and seeing how Belgium had showed class. Belgium showed a lot of class.
Belgium, this is what we call discipline. Belgium disciplined US. They had to, put a statement. Now look at what they did. Balogun started the match. Belgium said they were going to issue their own, what they are going to take on the stance after the match. But I didn't know they had other plans. They wanted to show these people, okay, you are trying to feed Balogun just as if it's a threat to us. There's no problem. For full 90 minutes, I can tell you that Balogun was not effective. And now Belgium decided not to even start De Bruyne. They had to even keep their own star players aside. They said, okay, let's play football. Since you are feeling like you must feel this guy and he's going to get a win over us, let's take out De Bruyne. Let's give you a +2 ahead. Let's take out Doku. They took this guy. They did not even start, what's it called, Lukaku. They said, okay, we are going to start this match and we want to show you football. In the first 10 minutes, I can tell you, this man that you are seeing on the screen, that's the Catala. This man was the man that was scattering everywhere in that field. He was everywhere, literally everywhere. You pass the ball at the middle, he's there. You see him at the front. Then when it's time to defend, you also see the young man there. So the Catalan, of course, he was the man of the match. He was almost everywhere. And he opened the scoring within the 9 minutes. First 9 minutes, this guy was already on the score sheet. Then, of course, USA had to, equalize through a beautiful free kick. I tell you, that was a well-constructed free kick from Tillman. Tillman had to get the equalizer. Then, of course, the Catalan again got the, lead at the 33rd minute. Then the first half had to end 2-1. Then, thinking that when we enter into the second half, USA will bounce back. We are going to see Balogun getting the goals. Of course, I believe President Trump was watching from somewhere, rooting for Balogun to get the goal.
But really, I will tell you that yesterday's game, showed who was better.
Yeah.
I refused to make a comment. I was intentionally trying to avoid saying things that could ruin, everything that could ruin the game.
Yeah.
But now I can speak freely. USA being one of the World Cup's, host, partnering with Mexico, Canada, and the rest of them, they have really shown class and they have really tried. They have done well.
Yeah.
So I feel there's no point of still having a reference to what Mr. President did, because even at that, it could not help. If you're if you're a president of a nation, you would want to see your nation progress. I will tell you for a fact. You would want to see your nation progress, advance, make other, if there's a problem, a hitch somewhere or there, to make sure that you guys qualify. Basically, all you need as a president is to speak to the head of the department, that's Gianni Infantino. Now, when he spoke to him, it was overturned, right?
Yeah.
Good. It was overturned. But guess what happened? It was not overturned on the pitch. Belgium had to underturn it.
Belgium turned it the other way.
They had to turn it around. Now, you won't blame the president.
No, of course.
You will not blame. You will still
won't blame the president.
The person you could look at should be the FIFA president.
Yes, that's the person.
The one that because if there is actually an article, a law that guides this, that means we have surpassed the law because of a power that is higher than us.
Yeah. Which
we are talking about, the power of the US president. But then, looking at it from this hindsight, this is a rule that has already been laid down. It's an article printed, you could access it on the internet, it's everywhere.
Infantino himself has just created a loophole, what I would call, he has created a loophole in the world of football. Now, there are laws in football when you give somebody a red card. In fact, the challenge, if
you will see what will happen. You will see what will happen.
That's what I'm getting to.
They're going to review every of this.
Other teams, it's not even review now. Other teams have started also making appeal. England now are making an appeal. In their last match, they got red card against Mexico. Now they are trying to appeal that the red card should also be overturned. They have Prime Minister who is going to speak for them. Prince Charles is there. So they have people. It's not that they don't have power to talk. Now, what is going to be happening in football? Now, people are going to be appealing red card. Red card now, you now see it getting overturned, because if the challenge was not worthy of the red card and it was brandished to the player, then you challenge it. Then the football body will now look at it. Okay, let's say the challenge was not worth it. So that is why it's going to be overturned. We will listen to that. Now, if you see the challenge that Balogun, tackled the player. It was a red card offense. Jurgen Klopp also came out and said these two people involved, talking about the US president and Infantino, does not even know anything about football, that the tackle was a clear red card. It was almost a career breaking, you know, that you have to end somebody's career. If you look at the way he matches, so it was the under of the stud that he used. Imagine using the under of the stud of your boot. Anytime that part of your boot shows is a red card offense. So you must not allow it to be, except you are running out. But when you make a challenge and it's showing is there, is a red card, whether it's intentional. Of course, it's not going to be intentional. So of course, all the time it's always unintentional, but nobody wants to listen to unintentional. So you coming out to say that it was not a red card, it's just showing that maybe you know what the match. But I don't blame the president for trying to support his team, trying to bring back one of the best players in the team. But the final decision lied on the Infantino. You know this, what happens in football. When you are giving a red, stay out of the competition for 2 to 3 matches and come back. Now you gave listening ear to the president, and now you overturn a decision. Now the team is out. Now what's now the aftermath? Other people are going to start appealing. When they get a red card, they will appeal. They will tell you, of course, if you are able to overturn it in the World Cup, why will you not do it for us this time around? So it's like you shooting yourself on the leg and trying to, you know, walk away from rules. There's nothing like it was not a red card challenge. It was a red card challenge, but you are breaking the rules. So for me, it was a clear red card. But of course, we'll go for a short break. Then when we come back, we'll give you all the other updates concerning football and the world of tennis. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that short break, and we want to dive into the Punch newspaper, where we have a lot of headlines for you, you know, to see what is also happening around the world of sports. Let's go into the Punch newspaper and give you guys what is happening, the updates that is here. Then we have Ajayi once more after Prefontaine Classic win. You know, Ajayi, the Nigerian Ajayi, once more. Then we have by the side there, Ajibade declares WAFCON readiness. This person, Ajibade, is declaring that he's ready for the WAFCON. Then, of course, we have Johan to resume Brighton pre-season. We know about this, our young Johan brother from Kano State, who just recently got signed to Brighton, and of course, he's set to resume pre-season with Brighton. Then Balogun's ban would have stained World Cup. This is Trump. Balogun ban, we have talked about this. He tried to say the ban will have stained World Cup. This, for me, is just your own personal thinking. So he's not going to stain World Cup anything. In fact, right now you have stained World Cup because you have opened a loophole for everyone, you know, to start appealing red card.
Let's take a look at this. Musiala undergoes injury. That's
undergoes surgery. Musiala, of course, have undergone surgery before. Now he's undergoing surgery again.
And looking down, you will see Madrid prepare new 220 million euros for lease bid.
220. I can tell you this is going to be one of the highest transfers of the season, if not the highest, because many attempts.
Who have they bought also 220
this season? There's nobody
in the history of football.
The history of football. Are you sure they did not buy Mbappe for that amount? Mbappe, I think, was worth this kind of amount then when it came to Real Madrid.
Let them make it 400.
No, if it's then you just know that the money they want to finish it on Olise. Now, of course, you know this bid might not even come to pass because Bayern Munich themselves have said it's not for sale yet. You know, they are not letting him go, so I'm not sure he's leaving this season. Of course, down there we also have Spurs target Savinho. Gakpo double soup, that is Savinho from Manchester City. Spurs are also going. In fact, Spurs are really trying to refurbish their team this time around. They are not going to sit back and relax and wait for anything to happen. Then we have Flick keen to solve Alvarez saga. Of course, this is also a saga that is still lingering. We don't know if Alvarez is going to eventually leave Atletico Madrid or not. We also have down there, you are going to see Olise knocks Brazil after Norway defeat. Our great legend Sunday Olise still talking about the defeat against the Norway from Brazil. Then we have Ekong urges Eagles to learn from World Cup miss. This is our super.
Let them learn. No.
No, it's urgent. No, this, we missing out from this World Cup has really, this is like the third consecutive time we are not going to World Cup. It's really hard time we learn from this thing, and the next World Cup, make sure that we are there. Of course, the Super Eagles captain or the ex-captain, he has retired, from the national team. Yeah. He's saying they should learn and make amends for all this their World Cup that we have missed so far. Then, of course, today we are having Argentina versus Egypt. Messi, Salah lead Atlanta showdown. This is, of course, one of the round of 16 matches that is coming up later.
But let's talk about this Argentina team. Do you know if they have played more African teams in this World Cup?
People are playing AFCON. We are getting to see that it's like they are also playing AFCON.
They are playing AFCON.
They have played Nigeria. They have played
look at the kind of people Argentina is playing.
But funny enough, this is Cape Verde that did a lot of signs and wonders.
You are talking about Cape Verde. What do you mean by Cape Verde?
Cape Verde is good now.
If you give Portugal Cape Verde, won't they win Cape Verde?
They will not win. No. Let's do the maths. Let's do the maths. Simple maths, just what you have said. That if Portugal should play Cape Verde, will they win?
Yes.
I will even tell you Cape Verde will win. Now, Cape Verde played Spain. They got a draw.
They got a draw.
Spain played Portugal.
Well,
Spain won Portugal. So inversely,
this winning is not
just that. They are doing the maths. Inversely, now it's left to us to say that Cape Verde will win Portugal.
Okay. Cape Verde. Cape
Verde drew Argentina.
They drew Argentina.
Sure, you know.
Yes.
so it was at the dying minutes.
But there was still the God of football effect. That's Messi effect.
Imagine having to play Messi 90 minutes. And Messi did not.
Was it only Messi that was on the pitch?
We are talking about God of. Yeah,
was it only Messi that was on the pitch?
Imagine playing Messi 90 minutes and they did not win. Playing Yamal and the whole legends in Spain, and Spain did not win in 90 minutes, and Spain won Portugal within 90 minutes. If Portugal play Argentina
within 90 minutes, yes, extra time,
90 plus 1 is counted as 90 minutes, as long as it's
let's
now let me ask you: will Portugal beat Argentina? This Portugal team will they beat Argentina? Yes.
Why are you asking?
No, I want to now do the mathematics and show you that. No, because Portugal might not even beat Cape Verde.
But wait. We're talking about they have been playing African teams. They have played Algeria. They have played Cape Verde.
And now they are playing Egypt.
They're playing Egypt.
Let's see if they will even skate through with Egypt.
Well, Egypt will win.
Egypt might pull out a shocker.
Egypt will win Argentina.
There's nothing that we are going to say is possible.
When you look at Argentina, how they play almost like Morocco.
Yeah.
But Argentina only knows how to attack. They also have good defense.
They have good defense.
They have Lisandro Martinez, my brother and friend, over there in the defense.
No, they have good defense.
They have good defense. I won't lie about that.
In the group stages, they did not concede.
They didn't concede. Now, same thing with Spain. Spain has good defense too.
Yeah. Spain I think they have not even considered.
They have not considered throughout this World Cup. So if they play this unbeaten till last talking about the final, that would be another history.
Yeah.
You understand? So that means Argentina is more or less a better team. But they are playing African teams.
Yeah, they have been playing African teams
so far. When we talk now, they will say we have.
No, but it does not mean they have had an easy route. Well, let's not take it like that. Because you see this Cape Verde, as long as they have played Cape Verde and scaled through Cape Verde, I can tell you that anybody that met Cape Verde saw, Uruguay played Cape Verde. Uruguay had to play 2-2 draw. Spain played, they did not see any win. They had to Cape Verde that won their last match, I think, against Iran. So meeting this, and Algeria, don't underrate Algeria at the end of the day. Algeria is also a good team from Africa.
Algeria and Nigeria won.
Not in this competition. That was in AFCON.
In AFCON, yes. Nigeria won them 3-1.
So we can even say it was maybe Algeria that you might be saying they were not too. But they are, despite the fact they were a good team. So Argentina now having to play Egypt, another African team. I don't know why it has been African team that have been meeting them so far. I hope after this one it's not going to be. If they eventually skate through, we know of course it's not going to be another African team. But of course Argentina has also done well, so we should not take that fact away from them. Then of course in the newspaper we say we have talked about it. Last dance, super sub Merino ends Ronaldo's World Cup dream. Now it's now Merino now that they are saying he has said that this is one thing with headlines and all these things. Now super sub, imagine the way they termed it, super sub Merino. Of course he came in 86 minutes.
It was a painful one.
Painful. Imagine you're already getting prepared for extra time, man. I saw the goal. It was like a quick taking free kick. They got a free kick within the half of Portugal, and Portugal were not too ready. They just took the free kick before Torres passed to Merino, and Merino got the goal. I can tell you that it was heartbreaking. That was when Ronaldo just broke down, and you could see the tears was already.
Imagine Bernardo Silva. Imagine Bernardo Silva had to slot in that header.
Yeah, that final minute.
It would have been a showdown.
Extra time would have been lovely. In fact, I wanted to watch extra time in that match. I was not willing to see that 90+1 victory.
Then the showdown would start.
It was a painful exit for Ronaldo.
Well, we're still talking about quarterfinals where we have Belgium versus Spain. It's coming up. Belgium versus Spain is coming up. And it's going to be a showdown to looking at Spain not being able to conceive. Spain are like barren women.
Will they be able to keep up that?
Will they be able to keep up
against the like of Belgium that has been firing? Since Belgium has been scoring almost. It was just a match that they scored just one goal.
No, actually, Belgium seems to be a better side for me than Spain. Yes, now
in terms of scoring.
See, there's nothing about football that doesn't involve scoring.
Well, defensively, Belgium defense, you cannot. Spain will penetrate that defense. So Belgium should score. They should get a goal, but will they be able to hold Spain when they are defending? So that's the one disadvantage for me. And Spain is going to get.
We're forgetting to talk about Lukaku, Romelu Lukaku.
No, Lukaku is now the super sub. This time around, of course, he's also someone that is teaching to get into 38, 40. So he's also aged. Age is no more on his side. But you have other young guys. They still have Doku, who was rested yesterday just to be brought in later in the season. So
and it's very.
There was not even featured at all. They just had to rest the man because they know they are preparing for. In fact, Belgium yesterday just made a statement against US.
It was a statement.
It was just a statement.
And this is where we're calling it a wrap on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. Thank you very much for watching. Until we come your way same time, same station tomorrow, please ensure you go to our YouTube channel and Facebook at Aneke TV and tell us what you think and who you are tipping for the win of today's game and tomorrow's game. And then we will see and know what you think about that. I am Good Ojugmado Sports Oracle.
And I remain your humble host worldwide saying have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
over alleged misconduct, anti-competition practices in Nigeria. Now the news in details. At least 18 people have been killed in a renewed communal clash over the lingering land dispute in Rafi local government area of Niger State, with 15 of the victims reportedly burnt to death after assailants set a residential building ablaze. The attack occurred at Angwa Bago via Godoro village, where unidentified gunmen reportedly locked a two-bedroom apartment from the outside before setting it on fire. Local sources said the violence stemmed from a long-running dispute between the Fulani and Kamuku communities, with women and children among those worst affected as several houses were razed. The crisis reportedly began late last month. The crisis reportedly began late last month. The crisis reportedly began late last month after the killing of a 25-year-old resident, Ibrahim Musa, in what authorities described as a reprisal attack. Another resident, Bashir Mazi, aged 28, was killed after an aggrieved group blocked a major transit route. Security sources said the arson attack that claimed 15 lives followed shortly afterwards, bringing the confirmed death toll to 18. Chairman of Rafi local government area, Mr. Ayabu Katako, and the Niger State Police Command have confirmed the deployment of a joint team of military and police personnel to restore normalcy. A reconciliation committee headed by local government officials is also engaging the warring communities, while security agencies say investigations are underway to identify and prosecute those responsible for the killings. The federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening the operational system of the Nigerian Armed Forces through sustained investment in modern military equipment, improved personnel welfare, and intelligence-driven operations to address the country's security challenges. Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima, who represented President Bola Tinubu at the grand finale of the 2026 Nigerian Army Day celebration in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, said the administration remains committed to equipping the armed forces to effectively defend Nigeria's sovereignty and guarantee national security. The Vice President assured Nigerians that the government would continue to prioritize investment in modern military hardware, personnel training, and welfare to improve operational effectiveness and promote lasting peace and national development. He also paid tribute to officers and soldiers for what he described as their courage, sacrifice, and dedication in safeguarding the nation's unity and democracy. In his address, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, said the Nigerian Army has continued to record significant successes despite threats posed by insurgency, terrorism, sectionist, education, and transnational crimes. He noted that the Army remains actively engaged in operations across the country and assured Nigerians of its readiness to defend the nation's territorial integrity, despite prevailing security challenges within Nigeria and the wider Sahel region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs says 61 of the 69 ambassadors recently appointed by President Bola Tinubu have received diplomatic clearance, known as agreement, from their respective host countries, paving the way for them to assume their foreign postings. According to the ministry, only 6 ambassadorial nominees are still awaiting the mandatory approval of their host governments. It expressed confidence that the remaining clearances will be secured soon to enable the full deployment of Nigeria's diplomatic representatives across the world. The ministry said that several ambassadors have already arrived in their host countries and formally presented their letters of credence or diplomatic working copies. They include Professor Mahmoud Yakubu in Qatar, Mohammed Idris Haidara in the Netherlands, and Ezenwa Nwobiala in Cote d'Ivoire, all of whom have commenced their official assignments. Among the latest envoys to begin diplomatic duties is Mrs. Florence Ajimobi, Nigeria's ambassador and permanent representative to Austria and Vienna-based international organizations, Mrs. Ajimobi, widow of the late former Oyo State Governor, Senator Abiola Ajimobi, has presented her diplomatic working copies to Austrian authorities and pledged to deepen cooperation in trade, technology and multilateral diplomacy ahead of presenting her credentials to Austrian President Alexander Van der Bellen. The federal government has announced the emergency evacuation of 270 Nigerians from South Africa as renewed xenophobic attacks and anti-immigrant protests continue to raise security concerns. The evacuation flight, operated by Air Peace, is scheduled to depart Lagos for Johannesburg today, with the return flight expected to arrive at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, early tomorrow. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Bianca Odumegwu-Ojukwu, said the decision followed worsening attacks on foreign nationals, including the recent killing of 2 Nigerians. She said the federal government had formally demanded a thorough investigation by South African authorities and called for those responsible to be brought to justice. The minister said that the operation is part of the federal government's ongoing voluntary evacuation program, adding that President Bola Tinubu has extended the evacuation deadline beyond the initial June 30th date to enable more Nigerians who wish to return home to do so safely. Mrs. Odumegwu-Ojukwu urged Nigerians still in South Africa to take advantage of the evacuation window, stressing that while lost investments can be recovered, human lives cannot. She reaffirmed the government's commitment to protecting the welfare and safety of Nigerian citizens abroad. The Kano State Judicial Service Commission has sanctioned several judicial officers following investigations into allegations of corruption, misconduct and certificate fraud in what it described as a determined effort to strengthen integrity within the state's judiciary. The commission approved the compulsory retirement of a Sharia court judge in Babeji, Judge Aliyu Yahaya Muhammad, in the judgment that ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to deregister 5 political parties over their alleged failure to meet constitutional requirements. The appeals will be heard by a 3-member panel led by Justice Abba Mohammed. The parties seeking to overturn the Federal High Court judgment are the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Action People's Party, APP, Action Alliance, AA, Accord Party, AP, and the Zenith Labour Party, ZLP. The appellate court had earlier on June 25th approved the full hearing of the appeals after all parties regularized their party court proceedings. It had also on June 16th granted a stay of execution of the Federal High Court judgment pending the determination of the appeals. The Court of Appeal had criticized the trial judge, Justice Peter Lifu of the Federal High Court, Abuja, for proceeding to deliver judgments despite an earlier directive ordering a stay of proceedings. The appellate court held that the trial judge disregarded the judicial hierarchy by failing to comply with its order while the appeal was pending. The Abia State Police Command has arrested a 35-year-old woman, Mrs. Nwoko Gift, for allegedly attempting to kill her 12-year-old niece, Miss Ebo Chimamanda, with a kitchen knife at a residence in IBB Housing Estate, Omwahe. The arrest followed the circulation of a viral video showing the suspect allegedly attacking the girl. In headlines. At least 18 people killed in a renewed communal clash in Niger State. Federal government reaffirms commitment to strengthening the armed forces through technology-driven operations. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, U.S. considers restoring Turkey's access to the F-35 fighter jets program. On the business scene, President Tinubu orders investigation into Meta, Google and X over alleged anti-competitive practices. Do stay with us.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya. nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo site n'ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site n'omenala ruo na akụnụba. A na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
You're welcome back. At least 8 people have been killed after 2 powerful tornadoes struck Hubei province in central China, leaving widespread destruction across several cities. Chinese emergency authorities said the tornadoes, accompanied by winds of up to 149 kilometers per hour, overturned vehicles, ripped roofs off buildings, and damaged critical infrastructure during a 4-hour period on Monday evening. Rescue teams have been deployed to the affected areas as search operations continue for survivors. Officials say at least 1 person remains missing, while emergency responders are assessing the full extent of damage to homes, businesses, and public facilities. The disaster comes as China battles multiple extreme weather emergencies. In Gansu province, a landslide has left at least 16 people missing, while a typhoon in the southern Guangxi region has claimed 4 lives. Weather authorities have also warned of further heavy rainfall and possible flash flooding across several provinces. Chinese President Xi Jinping has directed an emergency response as Super Typhoon Bavi advances towards China's eastern coastline after causing significant damage in parts of Micronesia. Authorities have intensified disaster preparedness measures ahead of the expected landfall later this week. North Korea has criticized Japan's ongoing military expansion, accusing destroyer Kangkong, while directing that the vessel enter operational service within 2 months. United States President Donald Trump is reportedly considering restoring Turkey's participation in the F-35 stealth fighter jets program as part of efforts to strengthen relations between Washington and Ankara. According to a report by the New York Times, citing senior administration's officials, President Trump is expected to discuss a proposal with Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan during their meeting on the sidelines of the NATO summit. Turkey was removed from the F-35 program in 2019 after acquiring the Russian-made S-400 air defense missile system. The United States subsequently imposed restrictions on the transfer of the advanced fighter aircraft, citing concerns over security of sensitive military technology. Although legal and congressional hurdles remain, officials say both countries have recently taken steps to improve bilateral ties. The White House has yet to issue an official statement on the reported proposal. And now to business news. President Bola Tinubu has directed the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission to investigate allegations of anti-competitive practices involving major global technology companies and artificial intelligence platforms operating in Nigeria. The investigation follows a petition by media organizations and publishing groups alleging that companies including Meta, Google, and X have unlawfully used Nigeria's news content to develop artificial intelligence systems without authorization or compensation, while weakening the financial sustainability of local media organizations. The petitioners also alleged that the dominance of global digital platforms have significantly reduced advertising revenues available to Nigerian media organizations, resulting in financial losses and job cuts across the industry. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission said the investigation would be transparent, evidence-based, and give all affected companies an opportunity to respond. The probe comes amid increasing global scrutiny of how technology companies use copyrighted content to train artificial intelligence models. The Edo State Security Squad has directed all business owners across the state to install functional closed-circuit television (CCTV) systems on their premises before July 30th as part of measures to strengthen crime prevention and investigation. Spokesperson of the squad, Mr. Noah Demudia, said surveillance cameras will assist security agencies in monitoring criminal activities, identifying suspects, and improving public safety. He urged businesses to comply with the directive within the stipulated deadline. The security outfit also warned against planned court-related celebrations scheduled for July 7th, stating that anyone found participating will be arrested and prosecuted. Security personnel have since been deployed to strategic locations across the state to enforce the directive. Mr. Idemudia disclosed that recent operations led to the arrest of suspected cult members in Uromi and Auchi for unlawful possession of firearms. He said that the suspect will be prosecuted before the special mobile court established by Governor Monday Okpebolo to fast-track cases involving cultism, kidnapping, and armed robbery. The federal government has called on petroleum marketers to reduce the pump price of premium motor spirits following the recent decline in global crude oil prices. Speaking at a stakeholders meeting in Abuja, and protect consumers. And now to sports. Spain has qualified for the quarterfinals of the 2026 FIFA World Cup after defeating Portugal 1-0 in their round of 16 encounter. The victory saw Spain become the first team in World Cup history to keep 6 consecutive clean sheets during a single tournament. Goalkeeper Unai Simon also extended his personal record to 609 consecutive minutes without conceding a goal at the World Cup. Spain's impressive defensive run began with a goalless draw against Cape Verde before victories over Saudi Arabia, Uruguay, Austria, and now Portugal, securing their place in the last 8. The Spanish side will now shift attention to the quarterfinals as they continue their quest for another FIFA World Cup title. And on entertainment news, Nigerian music stars Wizkid and Burna Boy have again dominated conversation on social media following comments made by Wizkid during his performance at the Afro Nation Festival in Portugal. While addressing fans, the Grammy Award-winning singer declared that organizers had reserved the best performance for last, a remark widely interpreted by fans as a reference to Burna Boy, who headlined the festival's opening night. The comments quickly sparked renewed debates among supporters of both artists, with fans engaging in widespread discussions over their influence and international appeal within the Afrobeats industry. The latest exchange adds to reports of strained relations between the two music stars in recent months. Neither Wizkid nor Burna Boy has publicly commented further on the renewed online rivalry. And now to end the news, the main points again. At least 18 people have been killed in a renewed communal clash in Rafi local government area of Niger State. 15 of the victims were reportedly trapped inside a locked apartment that was set ablaze during the violence. Chairman of Rafi local government area, Mr. Ayube Katako, and the Niger State Police Command say joint military and police personnel have been deployed to restore peace, while a reconciliation committee has commenced efforts to end the crisis. The federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening the Nigerian armed forces through sustained investment in modern military equipment, improved personnel welfare, and intelligence-driven operations. Speaking on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the grand finale of the 2026 Nigerian Army Day celebration in Port Harcourt, Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima said the administration remains committed to enhancing the operational capacity of the armed forces to effectively address the country's evolving security challenges. And on the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump is expected to discuss the possible restoration of Turkey's participation in the F-35 fighter jet program during talks with Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Turkey was removed from the program in 2019 after acquiring the Russian S-400 missile defense system, and any reversal of that decision is expected to face legal and congressional scrutiny in the United States. On the business scene, President Bola Tinubu has directed the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission to investigate allegations of anti-competitive practices involving global technology companies, including Meta, Google, and X. The probe follows complaints by Nigerian media organizations that the platforms are unlawfully exploiting locally produced news content and undermining the economic sustainability of the country's media industry. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a good morning.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Attention Ndibo, wherever you are in Nigeria, your PVC is your voice, and your permanent voter card, PVC, is your constitutional right. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has opened the final phase of the continuous voter registration and PVC update exercise ahead of the 2027 general elections. If you are 18 years or older, register now. If you need to transfer your registration or update your voter information, this is your opportunity. The exercise ends on Friday, 10th July 2026. Do not wait until the last day. Register or update your PVC before the deadline. Ohanaeze Ndigbo Worldwide, under the leadership of Senator Azota Mbata, President General, calls on traditional rulers, town unions, religious institutions, youth and women organizations, Ohanaeze chapters, and all affiliated Igbo social-cultural groups to encourage every eligible voter to participate in this important national exercise. Every eligible Igbo voter should take advantage of this opportunity to participate in Nigeria's democratic process. Register today. Update your PVC today. Friday, 10th July 2026 is the final day of the exercise. This message is brought to you by Ohanaeze Ndigbo Worldwide. Signed, Dr. Ezechi Chukwu, National Publicity Secretary. Kano State occupies a unique position in Nigeria's history as one of the country's eldest centers of commerce, learning and civilization. Situated in the northwest geopolitical zone, the state remains a 1,000 years. The famous Kano Chronicles recount the reigns of successive rulers who transformed the city into a thriving commercial and administrative center. Today, the ancient city walls, the emir's palace, and the centuries-old Komi market remain enduring symbols of Kano's rich heritage and resilience. Politically, Kano has consistently played a defining role in Nigeria's democratic evolution. Since the return to sovereign rule in 1999, the state has remained one of the country's most politically influential voting blocs. Its large voting population often makes Kano a decisive factor during presidential elections, while its political leaders have continued to shape national discourse across party lines. The state's leadership structure reflects a balance between constitutional governance and traditional authority. The executive governor oversees civil administration, while the emirate institution continues to serve as a respected custodian of culture, tradition, and conflict resolution. This dual system has enabled traditional institutions to complement government effort in community mobilization, social stability, and grassroots development. Religion occupies a central place in the social life of Kano. Islam is the predominant faith and influences education, commerce, family life, and public administration. At the same time, Kano is home to Christian communities and adherents of other faiths who contribute to the state's economic and social development. Religious leaders across denominations have continued to advocate peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and dialogue as essential ingredients for national unity. Economically, Kano remains one of Nigeria's strongest commercial centers. For centuries, it has served as a major gateway linking Nigeria with neighboring Niger Republic, Chad, Cameroon, and other parts of the Sahel. Its extensive markets attract traders dealing in textiles, grains, leather products, livestock, household goods, and manufactured items, making the state a critical driver of regional commerce. Agriculture remains the backbone of Kano's economy. Farmers cultivate crops such as rice, maize, millet, sorghum, groundnuts, tomatoes, onions, and vegetables, while livestock production contributes significantly to food security and rural livelihoods. The state also supports irrigation farming, allowing year-round agricultural activities in many communities. Industrialization has equally defined Kano's economic landscape. The Chalawa and Sharada industrial estates have historically hosted textile manufacturers, leather processors, food industries, and pharmaceutical companies. Although the textile industry experienced setbacks over the years, government and private sector investments continue to promote industrial revival through improved infrastructure and business-friendly policies. The informal economy is another pillar of Kano's prosperity. Thousands of small and medium-sized enterprises operate across markets, workshops, and neighborhood clusters, creating employment opportunities in tailoring, metalworks, leather processing, transport services, food processing, and retail trade. These enterprises contribute significantly to household incomes and local economic growth. Education has remained an important component of Kano's development journey. The state hosts numerous universities, polytechnics, colleges of education, and research institutions, alongside centuries-old Islamic schools that have preserved scholarship in Arabic and Islamic jurisprudence. Government reforms continue to focus on expanding access to formal education while strengthening technical and vocational skills for young people. Healthcare services have also expanded through investment in primary healthcare, specialist hospitals, and disease control programs. Public health interventions targeting maternal care, child immunization, and infectious disease prevention continue to improve health outcomes across urban and rural communities. Kano's cultural identity remains one of its greatest assets. Traditional festivals, colorful horse riding displays during Eid celebrations, indigenous music, crafts, architecture, and cuisine reflect centuries of cultural continuity. The globally recognized Dobo Festival showcases the splendor of the Emirate tradition and attracts visitors from within and outside Nigeria, reinforcing Kano's position as a leading cultural destination. The state's rich aesthetic traditions are evident in leatherworks, embroidery, weaving, dyeing, and metal craftsmanship. These industries preserve indigenous knowledge while providing livelihoods for thousands of artisans whose products reach international markets. Socially, Kano reflects Nigeria's diversity. While maintaining strong traditional values, the state continues to embrace innovation, entrepreneurship, and modern governance. Community institutions, youth organizations, women groups, and religious bodies play significant roles in promoting education, conflict resolution, and social development. Security remains an important priority. Successive administrations have strengthened collaboration among security agencies, traditional rulers, religious leaders, and community groups to address emerging security challenges and sustain peace across the state. Kano's strategic location, entrepreneurial population, and extensive commercial networks continue to position it as one of Nigeria's most important investment destinations. Ongoing infrastructure projects in transportation, energy, housing, and industrial development are expected to further enhance its competitiveness within the national economy. Beyond its economic strength, Kano remains a symbol of Nigeria's unity in diversity. For generations, people from every region of the country have lived, traded, and built businesses in the state, contributing to its cosmopolitan character. This long-standing tradition of commerce, cultural exchange, and peaceful coexistence continues to reinforce Kano's role as a bridge between Nigeria's diverse peoples. As Nigeria advances its quest for sustainable development, Kano State remains central to the country's future, leveraging its historical legacy, economic resilience, cultural richness, and human capital to contribute meaningfully to national integration, inclusive growth, and shared prosperity.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, Digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Good morning, viewers. Welcome and thank you for joining us this morning on the morning show. This is Sunrise here on Aneke TV. It's a Tuesday morning, Tuesday the 7th day of July 2026. Welcome. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you, our global audience. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. And therefore, we urge you to go grab that cup of coffee or tea. Relax. Enjoy this ride because the sunrise is set sail.
Okay, it's a bright morning. I don't know if we have the time for it, but it's an exciting day for me. But before we get into all of that, I'd like to read out a quote for the day. Our quote this morning is from Barack Obama, the former president of the United States. He says, "Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. Or change will come if you wait, oh, it's not me. I'm not the one to do it. Maybe this is not the time." Right? Maybe we don't have the person. No, the time is now. The person you see, of course, if he aligns with principles and has the precedence to rule, this is time. Change will not come if we keep postponing the transformation. The transformation we desire will come if we take actions now. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. We are the people by ourselves in the very moment to bring that desired change that we seek in our lives, in our society, and of course around our environment.
Very well said, beautifully said. You know, Barack Obama has this in perspective, and it seems he's speaking to Nigerians at this time, though arguably the former president of the great United States of America. However, the change will not come if we wait for some other persons. And Ochoma, what is really telling us is that we are the change. And I'm speaking to Nigerians at this moment. It doesn't matter where you're watching from, Alaba International Market, Onitsha Market, speaking to main market in Onitsha or Chanja Market, or Ogige Market in Osokari area in Aba, main market in Enugu, Keeta Market or Artisan Market. It doesn't matter where you're watching from across the globe. But the point is that if you're a Nigerian, you need not wait for no other person. You are the change that we wait for. It's only you that can make it possible. And therefore, it's that season where we urge everyone to go out, get your PVC. Yes, get registered, get that card in your hand. With it, we can change the trajectory of this nation. There's no other person we are waiting for. It is us, and it is in our time for us to make Nigeria a better place. That change that we refuse to see in our time, that we've not seen in this era, it is time for us to make it possible for the next generation. With that card in hand, we can, yes, elect the next generation of leaders that will turn things around for this nation. Often we complain about electricity. We complain about poor infrastructure. We complain about lack of quality education, lack of quality healthcare. But today, the time is here and it is upon us. The change that we seek for is in our hands. And with our PVC, we can make it possible. Therefore, Barack Obama got it right when he did say to us that, yes, change will not come if we wait for some other person, some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. Yes, you are the change that Nigeria has been waiting for. You are the change we seek. Look no further. Yes, just look at the mirror. You will see that change staring you right back in the face.
Okay, that's our quote for the day. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be reading out the weather updates for the day. Stay with us.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya, nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo, site n'ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site n'omenala ruo na akụnụba. A na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Anambra State. The day in Anambra starts warm and cloudy, with morning temperatures between 24 and 26 degrees Celsius. As the day progresses, temperatures may rise to 31 to 32, creating hot and humid conditions. We are to expect afternoon thunderstorms and moderate to heavy rainfall, with a cooler evening around 24 degrees Celsius.
Good morning, Diko City, and welcome to Enugu. The day in Enugu begins calm, cool, and mostly cloudy, making for a comfortable morning. Afternoon temperatures will likely peak around 31 degrees Celsius before showers and thunderstorms may arrive later in the day. Expect a cooler evening with temperatures settling between 23 to 24 degrees Celsius.
Good morning, Ebonyi State. The day begins warm and bright, with morning temperatures ranging from 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. It will be the warmest state. It hopes to be the warmest state in the southeast today, with afternoon temperatures climbing to 32 and 33 degrees Celsius. Now expect heavy cloud buildup, thunderstorms, and periods of rain before nightfall, with temperatures dropping back to 24 and 25.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to the driving city of Owerri. The day in Imo State opens up mild, with cloudy skies, with morning temperatures of 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. The afternoon may likely become warm and humid, reaching 30 to 31 degrees Celsius, before scattered thunderstorm may likely develop towards evening. Overnight temperatures may ease to about 23 degrees Celsius.
In Abia State, the day starts warm and overcast, with temperatures around 23 and 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon highs of 30 to 31 are expected, followed by passing showers and thunderstorms later in the day. Evening conditions will become cooler at around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. But remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
This is Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we'll be delving right into the newspaper headlines to take a look at what stories are making the rounds across the country. Now this morning, the papers we shall be reviewing are the Daily Sun, Frontline Africa, The Punch, The Nation, and the Daily Trust newspaper.
And joining us, as always, is Aneke TV's finest analyst, with in-depth insight, deep dive research, and seasons of no man knowing how to do this, is Mr. Res, Aaron. Mr. Res, you're looking so young this period. I don't know what to call all this.
Well, you see, the moment you are alive, and of course, you have a way of communicating with your own God, because there's something you must believe in, and I believe in God. So, where there's life, there's hope, and of course, you will always make it look so that people will not see the worst scenario or the most difficult situation in Nigeria on you.
I look forward to having you on this program. I'm so excited that more often I run out with the appellations to describe your presence. However, Mr. Res, it's always a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
Yes.
I feel flattered.
But before we go into this conversation, Mr. Res, it's a special day. Today, the 7th day of July. Yes, we are marking a special day. One of us, Aneke TV's presenter, in the person of Princess Chioma Ochoma, is marking her birthday today. And Miss Ochoma, on behalf of all of us here on Sunrise and the crew, members of Aneke TV, both the management and the staff, we are wishing you a happy birthday.
Thank you. Happy birthday to you.
My smiles are trying to tear off my face. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Thank you so much.
While we wait for the editors to come up with a celebration proper, be rest assured that we're happy to celebrate with you. We wish you many more years, more wisdom, more
use of journalistic content. In a nutshell, they are using news content to feed AI models that they are creating so far.
Yeah, that is a very serious issue because the emergence of Meta, AI and others is trying to ground the proper orthodox journalism and news content creation, authors, writers and all that, put them to ground, because the way they infringe on these things are such that organized sector media groups in Nigeria, MPAN, Newspaper Proprietors Association, Broadcast Organization of Nigeria, publishers, editors, publishers, and all that. People who are organized in the media sector in Nigeria are being dumped. What they do is to take these things and take into the international media space without loss of the fact that the owners are supposed to get in something and sustain themselves, because these organizations are supposed to sustain themselves, but they cannot, because you find out that their content are now given out virally without recourse to the benefits that are supposed to accrue to these organizations. So that is a very serious issue. That's why the federal government has asked the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission to now investigate the activities of these 3 or more organizations that are now usurping contents, news materials of Nigerian producers in their various fields, in news producers, content producers, and all that. That they are now usurping these products, with reckless abandon, not giving any recourse to possibly pay. Let's call it in names, or to pay them, or so that they will have their royalties, they will have their content rights and all that. So let them investigate these things, and after investigation, the result of that investigation may help in ensuring that these organizations that are coming into are now being regulated. The activities are regulated. So whichever thing, how they are into Nigeria, what they are doing, their regulation, if they pay taxes and all that. So let it not just be a wild wind of internet effects coming in and grabbing things and going away without contributing to the development of the country, to the development of organizations that are working hard to get these contents made. So that's a very serious situation. By the time the investigation concludes, they'll be able to know exactly how to now activate certain things that will make these things purely and fully regulated.
Honestly, I feel like this is my honest opinion. This is just, a wild goose chase, because the AI model that is created reacts or responds to what users have uploaded. Now, with the way news works, and with the emergence of technology and the internet, anybody that gathers any news information would want to upload it for whoever that wants to see it. Now, we understand that the extent at which AI has gone is such that when you read a news online, you ask AI to verify for you. That's the extent. Just like on X, when you see posts on X, you just ask Grok, how authentic is this information? So if the federal government is coming to investigate, what are they going to investigate? Are you investigating an inbuilt membrane? Are you investigating if, like you said, whether they're paying their taxes, whether they are duly, these companies as it is, if they have offices, I'm sure they do have offices, I'm sure they pay their taxes, I'm sure they have all their paperwork, but the allegation or the probing is into the AI generative views, which I feel is going to hit rock bottom, because you're not suing anybody. Who exactly are you going to attack? Is it the AI? AI is something that has been built to function the way it functions. Yes. So if with the AI tools that where people generate, where I would say I have a little issue with is the AI generating videos. Now it's hard to identify which is false and which is true, but you now as a person should know which is false. So I don't know what they are going to investigate. I don't know what they are trying to put, but whatever it is, I hope that when the FCCP starts, maybe they will tell us, we would then know what they're investigating from. Where I stand, there is nothing to investigate an AI over. Because this is what you feed
There
it.
is certainly something.
This is what you feed to it.
You see, there is something certainly to investigate. You see, in media practice, whenever you read a story and you want to share it on your own wall, you give the original author or the maker of that thing, you give that person the person's right. At least you share your source, so that it will not be yours. It will not be said to be yours. There's something to investigate.
But it does.
People don't know. Some don't.
Yeah.
Some don't. Some don't.
If you give
some don't. That's exactly what I'm saying. Okay. So there is something you investigate. There's always something. There's all these things on the internet are all money raking in organizations. Or don't you know? Mm-hmm. So how do they rake in their money? How do they? So when you are using somebody's own content to rake in your own money, you do not think about the welfare of the person you're using, the original content creator. There's something to investigate. Do you understand? Because the moment you put it and it's in your wall, of course you are making money from that. They are making money from that, don't they?
True.
Aha! So, and if you are making money from a content created by another, and there is nothing left for that person because your own platform is now widely accepted and used, no. There must be some level of recognition. You must recognize that somebody has worked very hard to create such content. So there is something to investigate. Until they come out with the investigation, we'll be able to know exactly how they are going and what. Because we have not been told about their terms of terms of reference, except investigate. So they are going to come down, sit down, create places where areas are going to go into based on the petition written by these organizations that they are now usurping their contents and using them to make their own money and leave the original content creators. The newspapers have journalists that are paying. They go about getting all these things. When you get all of them, and then these organizations now begin to upload those things. No. Something has to be done.
All right. Irrespective of the divide that one wants to look at the situation from, there is no seemingly wrong or right. Yes, there is something to investigate. However, one wants to take from the peripheral of the bird that observes from the sky to what's happening, down below, you see that even the investigators, the Nigerian government that is instigating the investigation on the prompting of the, the group that has, the media practitioners that has written, it begins to tell you that we as a people, we fail in a lot of things, because one would look at it that we do not have a policy background that covers enough when it comes to content, and how we share and use content. Yes, I quite agree that every creator has a right to the revenue generated from his intellectual capital. This should be protected in every climate. So when I saw this report, it begins to tell me that the Nigerian marketplace or the Nigerian space is still heavily unregulated. Even the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission that is setting out to investigate, though they've clearly said they are not on a witch hunt, but on fact-finding exercise, and then to see where rights are infringed. One thing we cannot take away is the fact that we are failing in regulating the market properly. Yes, when you do not acknowledge whoever you've taken his content, in academic circle we call it plagiarism, and it's an offense that is punishable, even with certain imprisonment if need be. But in academic circles, you'll be dismissed automatically. You won't see a professor getting to that, apex, who has continued to steal other people's work without reference. So that is quite important. Then on the other way round, when you look at the agencies that are here operating in this place, they won't take away from the fact that they are raking in revenue in this very regard. And if there's nothing wrong in letting this revenue, even though the government is taking their taxes and all that individual contributors should be recognized. However, these things has to work in symbiosis. One cannot exist without the other. The media space in Nigeria would not negate the fact that this, with the coming of these AI tools and IT firms like Meta and X and the likes of them, it has helped to broaden the space and brought more awareness, to even the Nigerian creators and all that.
Enugu bans traffic task force on federal highways. The Enugu State Ministry of Transport has banned all traffic task force operations on federal highways across Enugu metropolis with immediate effect, following reports of fake enforcement officials allegedly extorting motorists. This was issued yesterday by the commander of Enugu State Traffic Management Authority, that the reports imposters posing as these officials harassing motorists and engaging in extortion. So they have henceforth been banned from operating on federal highways.
A beautiful development. You see, it has become like a menace, especially these traffic controllers attached to the Enugu State government. That's their own creation, the MOT from the Ministry of Transport. These task force from the Ministry of Transport are the federal highways. So you do not know which ones are the authentic or the other. The moment they wear beeps, these yellow beeps, and come out on the roads, of course, they have become so authentic they could molest you. The way they deal with people. Of course, they have dealt with me personally. I have my own, share of some of their actions, illegal actions. But that is not what I am here to say. The thing is that the MOT, the Ministry of Transport, has done what the needful to make sure that there is sanity in the state with reference to those MOT task force officials who go about, sometimes some people are good, but many of them molest motorists and they extort money from them. They extort money from them because most often, because they cannot defend effectively why they are now catching some of, the motorists when they take them to the office. They want to intimidate them, and when they are fully intimidated, these motorists will part with money and they take their vehicles away. And sometimes, because it has been given as a contract, you find out that those contractors will run. You see, you have your own place of, working, the place where you have your authority, you have your jurisdiction. So the state transport ministry have no jurisdiction on the federal highways. They don't. Anything that the government of the state is doing doing on the federal highways is either an assistance or something that will go back to make a claim for, even if you are repairing the road. That is the way it is. If they want the state want to repair a federal road in the state, they will either write the Federal Ministry of Works to indicate so, and of course, if it's approved, they will go about doing that. If it is one of emergency, they could do it and begin to write to ask for a refund and all that. So they don't have the jurisdiction to do that officially, to just go into and do whatever they want to do. They don't. So so also it is with the local government rules. Those who are task force officers at the local government rules cannot jump into the state rules and begin to do the same job. Nobody has given them the power to do that. They are going beyond their bounds. So also it is with the State Ministry of Transport. And now that the Ministry of Transport is taking note of that, that's a very beautiful development. Let them also look at the way money is being extorted by those contractors that they have given a job. Because I do not know if people do this job with discretion. Because there are things overseas, when you go through traffic offenses, there are times you are warned. But there is no warning in this part of the world. No, in Lasma, they don't warn you. In enugu, they don't warn you. Anytime there's any little infraction, they catch you. One day I was driving, something happened in my car, I had a noise. I just stopped. I was still inside the car. The car was steaming. I just stopped to listen to the sound of my engine, whether something has gone back. I just stopped and I cleared I cleared and stopped. They came and locked up my tire. I was still inside. I did not park. That is when you talk about parking. I stopped. And there's no signpost, no stopping.
Oh, no parking.
No, there's a signpost, no parking.
Okay.
But there's none.
For no stopping.
No stopping. Because you cannot say no stopping when you are in an emergency. And there's this offense that you don't answer calls while driving. And a call comes into your phone. You could just stop momentarily to pick up that call, after which you move. When you are said to be parked, is when a car is parked, then the driver is not inside. That is the rule. But the situation is not like that. They don't even look. That's why I say people should do this job with discretion. They should know that the law belongs to everybody and the state belongs to everybody. Implementing the law are people from another world, your enemies. They should not do it as if those people are your enemies. Sometimes, when situations like that, please, don't do that again. Next time, we will do. Sometimes you catch the people, record them. The moment they are caught the next time, it is in the computer that they have done it some other time, and then there will be the necessary punishment will be meted on them. That is the way it is done. But it is not done like that in this part of the world. So I am happy that the Ministry of Transport has been able to take a step forward in ensuring that there's decorum, that there's discipline in what they are doing.
Okay, on this matter, I would like to say two things, or maybe more than two. The first thing is, now that they've banned them from operating on the highways, federal highways. Right, hope they will be able to curtail their excesses on the state highways, because just like you said, because it's as if you've closed us here. let us come down here and operate. So I hope they would curtail and control their excesses on the state and the local roads. That's one thing. Secondly, when you said about, checking, having records, it brings us back to a conversation of having a documentation system.
Data now. Data.
Yeah, data on their vehicles, because such that they're in their vehicle when they get to the station, that is after the end of the day, at the end of the day's work. So if we had a system where if someone offends or has offended this first time and has been issued agencies putting in place to check, not just to ban the federal highways, how do we limit the excesses of task forces within the state to make movement easier? The federal highway, I've seen videos online. Honestly, the excesses of this task force is especially on that highway, curtailing that is good, like I said in the beginning, but we have a bigger problem. Those of us living in the States, I think I had a conversation with some person, and he said his issue as a cyclist, a keke driver, is the task force people. There are so many of them. So I hope the state government looks into this task forcing system and find a way around it. Both the MOT, both the local ones, both the state ones, find a way to help them, help motorists, and we'll have all a better life and a better movement around the state.
And of course, with the installation of the cameras, you see, these cameras also, collect data.
If it works.
Yes, these cameras also collect data. If you have ever been to the Enugu State Control Room, if you have ever seen that control room, I want to tell you that if you are in that control room and somebody is inside the car doing anything, you will eventually see those things like as if you are seeing something on the table in the studio. You see it very clear. So it's about moving it forward. To pick when you disobey traffic lights, regulations, it picks those who are in the control room, picks these numbers and store it. Do you understand? The next time you do, they'll just call you because you are licensed, your vehicle is known, the owner is known, and all that. They'll call you. Overseas, they'll call you, you pay. You see, they don't even need to chase you around. Yes. They don't need, except where it happens, prima facie before.
From federal roads, you did highlight this very well in your submission for us to know that there is a demarcation when it comes to responsibilities between the federal responsibility and that of the state. And, this begins to negate the fact that we miss these things up, that sometimes you see even the federal road safety corps, on a straight road. And you wonder, why would these ones be packed here into the state? Though we understand that these jobs, interlace and interchangeably work together. But when we understand what the law states in some of these regards, you begin to see that even when you're trying to do the needful and do your duty, that you may be running contrary to the law. It just reminds us of the issue between these vehicular inspectors and what the law has obviously stated on what their responsibilities are on impounding of cars. Yet you see them wanting to impound car when the inspection of vehicles should be at the point of registration or renewal of the car documents in this very instance. So bringing this issue to limelight, and then a mobile court, I should be able to state my case clearly, and then insisting that I must be taken to their office. Where was I taken to? At the back of a government parastatal, and you see where they line this in. And then after almost said and done, there was no mobile court to attend to the issue. And fortunately for me, I had a car, my car camera was on, all along, recording the interaction and exchanges in this very regard. So there was no mobile court. Then you discover that, okay, let me make payments. You see, the payment is made to an individual's POS. Oh, no. This is the level of corruption. I insisted that it has to be receipted. So, my experience is the experience of so many people that are being extorted. And then some other time, by chance, I happen to see the same individual, who extorted me. In this regard, was an ordinary KK driver, and I got to understand because clandestinely he couldn't recognize me, but I have his face mapped, forever in my head. In one of my trainings is that I have to recognize even in the dark. I recognize, then I eavesdrop into their conversation, and I discover that this is another means from which they make livelihood. The day you won't drive KK, you could join your friends, and then you are recruited to man certain road points, and then when you submit a certain percentage, then the rest you people can share. I listened to all those conversations. Unfortunately, that they didn't have recordings, to have documented the conversation. But it tells you the rot in the system that we do not, really care, not from the aspect of the government, but from even the citizens themselves. And then I heard one of them saying that one man, pleaded for several hours, and then the causes people are laying on them, for extorting them and all that. It's quite unfortunate that government with clear intention wanted things to work. Therefore, this is where government had to retrain this very individual, because even the said amount do not all entirely go into government coffers. If all were being paid to government, one would be at least happy that you're contributing further to development. But beyond that, what do you do to educate motorists on the rules? And you discover that these individuals who are forcing these rules don't even understand what the road rules are in this very regard. Mr. Rice talked about his experience about parking by the roadside to answer a call. When you're driving and you're making a call, is an offense. You do not just receive tickets. You are sent to a psychiatric for a psychiatric test. Yes, to understand if you're okay, because you could be a danger and a threat to the society. You could endanger somebody's life by doing that. But what we care about is the punitive measures. So therefore, one would continue to celebrate this, and the intention of the government in, beginning to take them away from where they are not ought to be. That
needs practice and knowledge becomes empowerment, because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now, our next story this morning is from the Punch newspaper. The headline reads, Fake Agency Scandal, Presidency Under Pressure as Police Arrests Adeyemi's Father. The controversy surrounding the alleged 1.3 billion naira Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council scandal deepened on Monday as the Nigerian police force reportedly arrested the father of the council's promoter, Prince Adeyemi, amid ongoing investigations into the alleged ghost agency linked to the presidency. He's been summoned in court, but because he has refused to appear, the police yesterday arrested his father, arrested Adeyemi's father, and of course, the arrest has left his aged mother in shock.
Okay, it is the ghost or the non-existent, in quotes, promotion council, which Matthew Adeyemi stands at the top echelon of management as the Director General, but was said to be non-existent. And one wonders how it could be non-existent to such extent that it could appear in budgets. You know, one wonders how non-existent it is for the Secretary to the federal government to approve the Director General traveling to Canada for a conference. One wonders how non-existent it is for it to appear in budget. One wonders how non-existent it is also for it to be given an office at the Federal Secretariat. It is also known that there were attempts to even open an account with the CBN and all that, but because of certain bottlenecks before the problem got the Accountant General of the Federation has been able to say that these bank accounts were not made, and as such he was they started even the implementation of the 2026 budget 1st July, so there was no issue about remitting any money. But the budget of 1.3, who defended the budget? That's the question. While in the National Assembly, organizations, of course, not even who defended. Now, let me even start from the fact that the Ministry of Budget and Planning collect the budgets of the ministries and parastatals. They collect, and it will be on the table before the executive will now do a forwarding note to the National Assembly. So during collection, where they scrutinize these things, and somebody is telling me that the organization is non-existent, and nobody queried it, nobody asked of it, and the secretary to the government of the Federation actually signed for the Director General to travel to Canada. Is it not legitimizing something that they said is non-existent? I wonder how these things are going to work. The man has already implicated the Chief of Staff to the President, Amir Miller, as knowing that they exist. And of course, Grapevine has it that he even paid huge sums of money to be given the appointment letters. Constitutional issue. The Constitution prescribed that people should not be. In fact, before now, the Police Act has empowered police to arrest by proxy, arrest people in lieu, arrest people substitutedly for the offense of their cronies and families. Until 2015, that law was amended. And since then, you cannot arrest anybody because the brother did something. You cannot arrest anybody because the son did something. You cannot arrest anybody because the friend did something. So such arrest should not be extended to an individual who has nothing to do with the actual crime committed by another. They may be related, they may be friends, they may be, but they may not be part of the crime committed by the other. It's only when there's an indication that this person must have a hand in what happened, then you can now arrest, do your investigations, and set that person free. And if it's an illegal arrest, there's a compensation. You must compensate. So for now, the police have not told us exactly why
they arrested him.
They arrested him. So until we are told, but if there are nothing that has to do with the man being involved in that particular issue and he was arrested, of course, certainly he will demand his right whenever he is out of the police net.
Very well submitted. Perfectly said. You know, I would have continued in the line of one wonders why police will arrest his aged father. And in line with that, one wonders as well that the federal government is now trying to prosecute the Adeyemi instead of instituting a panel of inquiry to investigate and get into the nitty-gritty of this matter. Why will Femi Gbajabiamila be the first prosecutorial witness because he is the first accused. We read publicly, Adeyemi did accuse him of taking money from him with a view to paying an extra letter. So the federal government shouldn't whitewash this situation. What we need to know is how this came about. And you raise pertinent question, who defended the budget? So irrespective of this hogwash of trying to, hoodwink everyone into thinking that Adeyemi, is the lead phantom leader of this agency that we were told has nothing less than over 200 staff. How did they get accommodation in the federal secretariat? These are the issue. How come he is non-existent to the extent that he was approved through the office of the Secretary General of the Federation to go to Canada? There are many questions. In as much as we want to, quickly cover this up, we can't. It begins to point to a lot of rots in the system that needs to be questioned. Therefore, one would call the federal government to do the needful. Rather than using the police or the instrument of the police to investigate, we would call for an all-inclusive investigative panel of not just the Nigerian police, the EFCC, the ICPC, the judiciary. Let us get to the bottom of this, because a few, maybe, filtering away our national patrimony in this regard. Today is a phantom agency with over 1.something billion in our national budget. No, heads needs to roll. But in that, we need to know that the right heads will roll, because somebody must have deceived our president into assenting to this in our budget. There are a whole lot of issues here, and the police arresting an aged father of Adeyemi and friends may not be the right way to go in this regard. Yes, we call an all-inclusive investigation, and Adeyemi has come out to say that there are people who are against his life. Let us equally warn that nothing should happen to him until it comes to limelight how this came about. Yes, Nigerian people need to know.
All right, we're going into a second segment for the morning. Take a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Okay, welcome back. Now we're moving into sports segment where we'll bring to you highlights from the ongoing 2026 FIFA World Cup.
And joining us is the man himself, one of the men who eats, breathes, sleeps, walks, talks, football, the sports oracle himself, Mr. Goodhope. It's a pleasure to have you here on Sunrise.
Thank you, Cristiano Ronaldo out of the World Cup, and Portugal, not Cristiano Ronaldo, not Portugal out of the World Cup, but Cristiano Ronaldo out of the World Cup by just that late winner from Spain, where Merino, the slave substitute, had to slot it in through the net, and that became the talk of the town. And also moving on to USA Belgium just last night. Okay, very early this morning, you have that USA are out too. I mean, the co-host of the World Cup, they are out too, while Belgium trashed them 5-1, even after all the appealings from President Trump over Balogun Folarin's red card, which was really a problem. And now Belgium came out yesterday to also, give their verdict that they are going to sue and bring it up in a lawsuit. But at the end of the day, we are seeing that they are out. And today's game promises to be interesting, while we have Argentina facing Egypt. And talking about this, you would see that the World Cup is set on sale. And Mr. Rex, I don't know how you are, if your predictions or if what you expected in this World Cup is actually what you're seeing.
Well, one of the things that also made the bookmakers be seen from a wrong perspective is the way Brazil lost to Norway. Of course, Norway is parading a whole lot of beautiful players like Odegaard, Haaland, and so on and so forth. This even Merino, came in and then sent somebody home. So the top flight football players are in Norway. Top flight football players are not very much in Belgium, yet they are doing very great onslaught. I've not seen Belgium coming beautifully far in the World Cup to this level, except once. I think this time Belgium might get to where to finally nail Kevade. If they had no line of Messi, the chances of a penalty, and of course I know that the former World Cup champions will lose to penalty shootout against Cape Verde if it had, gone to that level. But Lionel Messi did why he scored Lionel Messi, and there are chances that he could still go on to push Argentina to the finals of the World Cup.
Okay, let's say Argentina gets to the final of the World Cup, and it is the moment everyone who is a Messi fan has been waiting for. That means this GOAT debate thing would further.
Or if you remove, talk about Messi.
But are you trying to tell us that individuals have their own goats, and as a result, Ronaldo is your goat?
I'm not saying Ronaldo. I'm saying that if you have a goat, you should fan your goat.
From this World
Cup, support your goat.
The conversation is settled long ago. Are we
checking the goat by the goals? Are we checking it by the assist? Are we checking it by the? Remember, Ronaldo is 41. Messi is 39.
In every generation comes a woman that distinguishes himself, that becomes the greatest of all time.
And
we have the past of Pele.
Exactly,
we have the past of
not a true religion. Ronaldo is a doctrine, not a true religion. I know. This time, let me pause a bit. I will steal a moment from you, and this is where I call for the clip for us to continue to celebrate. So on behalf of the management and staff of Aneke TV, we'll say happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And also that's where we wrap it this morning on the show. It's a special birthday celebration. Thank you so much for sitting through with us this morning. Till we come your way again same time tomorrow. I am Princess Kena Choma. Have a lovely day.
Sports Oracle himself, Mr. Goodhope, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you very much.
And to you, Mr. Rez, always a pleasure for your in-depth analysis, insightful insights on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, and God bless you. And for you that is watching Aneke TV, keep being with us. We will continue to give you the best.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching. And keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
You are.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you heartbeat of issues, policies, politics, personalities shaping our nation. And today, we'll take a special interest in Nigeria moves to scrap 6334 for 12 years basic education. Today, we turn our attention to a decision that could reshape the future of learning in Nigeria. The move to scrap the long-standing 6334 education system and replace it with a 12-year basic education model. This is more than a policy adjustment. It is a statement about where Nigeria wants its children, its schools, and its workforce to be in the years ahead. For decades, Nigeria's education sector has been defined by shifting policies, changing curricula, reform promises, and recurring debates over access, quality, and relevance. From the introduction of universal basic education to repeated calls for curriculum reform, technical skills, and improved learning outcomes, the system has remained in search of a structure that truly matches the realities of the Nigerian child. Yet, despite this policy, the country still wrestles with overcrowded classrooms, inadequate funding, poor infrastructure, exam pressure, and out-of-school children, and a growing disconnect between education and employability. So the question is no longer whether reform is needed. The question is whether this latest proposal marks a genuine breakthrough or simply another chapter in Nigeria's long history of educational research. What does a 12-year basic education model really mean for access, quality, cost, and implementation? Will it expand opportunity for Nigerian children or merely stretch the system without fixing its foundation? And in a country where policy often moves faster than delivery, can this reform survive the test of practice? These are the questions we must confront today as we examine Nigerians' move to scrap 6334 for 12-year basic education, a conversation that goes beyond structure and straight to the future of the nation itself. Joining us to unpack this critical issue is Professor J. Chidozie Chukwuokolo, Professor of Philosophy and Philosophy of Development, Ebonyi State University, Abakaliki. Prof, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
My pleasure always.
Yes.
And viewers, I thank you for this wonderful opportunity to interact further.
Yeah, we're so excited to have you, Prof. Thank you. Let's just dig straight into this. And I'll be asking, you know, since this news broke about the intent to reform the system, and what we're asking, in your view, from where you start, before we even get right into this conversation, you will be classified as part of people who have seen it through, being that you experienced a different system from the 6334 system. Let's get your insights, you know, on the trajectory, what is being, before I ask you the problem you think Nigeria is trying to solve with this new reset.
Well, we're part of those who started 6334 in 1986, I think 1986, Nigeria moved to 6334 system from 654 that time. And what that meant was that people had the opportunity of doing 6 years primary school. But before that, even, we had during the colonial era, where people did Infant 1, Infant 2, then they'll get to Standard 1, Standard 2 to 6. That time, I think they had 8 years then to finish primary school. Then if you don't do so well, you do PTC, Preliminary Teachers College. From there, you move on. And
sorry, Prof. Let me cut in a bit, but without you losing your line of thoughts, you said something. If you didn't do well,
10 for lecturer, we're very high. 10 for lecturer, we're very high flyers. If you made a first class and very high upper 2-1, you are recruited automatically. So you can see that those days people People, it were only high flyers that were left for teaching. Now, when they finished that, the next issue that came up was the 654 system. Along the line, they felt the ones who are doing very well. That's the question. The reform we are doing, for whose interests? If we can answer these basic questions, have we done the ones who are scrapping, have we done them well? And the ones we are trying to scrap, are they for whose interests? When we answer those questions, then we'll be able to know the science, the values that control the output of science will be compromised.
Pardon? The values that control the output of science will be compromised.
Yes. So, this is the basic thing I think we have been following. And to some reasonable point, so very high extent, a lot of research grants are no longer given to humanities now. But if you do not control science, science might get out of powers. And they do not even understand the implications. So we must come to a point where we will understand that there needs to be a balance in terms of the values we acquire and promote. So it is very important that those values we acquire and promote, we look at them very well.
So it is for us to continue to, question the values across board.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making.
When you were speaking, you raised another pertinent question, that we don't often interrogate. More often, we've listened to scholars argue that the colonial education that was bequeathed to us was such that empowered the individual to be able to read and write and not to question critically, issues. And it has to do that we are more often, they say we were left with the humanities and no input on sciences.
Well, that's why I'm talking about balance. I don't think we didn't have input on sciences. What was in my mind very critical at that time was the environment was a little bit critical for survival. That was why here, when we had the issue of cholera, we had, I think, our brother Njokobi, who sat at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and did this. I was able to be encouraged to bring out his research and got the vaccine for it. Who did have that disease as guinea pigs for the experimentation? What were they doing? They would be removing the fluid, spinal fluid of people. People who are not dead, though, to get, people who don't even have that disease in the first instance, to get vaccines, yes, or cures for those who are suffering from it. A balanced knowledge educational system will not go for such a thing. It will never go for it. So you can see my own point. My point is we must maintain a balance
there has
in
to
the
be a balance.
Values. Yes,
there has to be a balance in the values. All right.
So that people will understand. If I am a medical doctor, for instance, I will also know that what I am doing in medicine should be to serve humans. If I'm an engineer, I should also know that what I am doing in my engineering, once it gets out of hand, that it will not be able to help to solve the two. And then we get the best out of our situation.
All right, Prof, I will reverse that question back to you. You're a professional. You are in the educational system. And how do we now get this balance from the intent to move away from this 6334 and, bring about a new system?
Their change will amount to. It is unfortunate that what we are seeing now from top to bottom is that a lot of them who are the principal actors are not educated. How many times have you seen when people do this kind of things, they will have time to interact with experts in that area? Most of the things that are happening in Nigeria are changeable, correctable. But do those people who are interested, who are in charge, do they first of all have the knack for doing the correct things? In this regard, doing the correct things means assembling those who are experts. Rooms of it are in the university, of what use are them? Nigeria doesn't make use of researchers. That's why when you see somebody from here, he travels out, the environment there is interested in what you can invent and use it to solve societal problems. Education that cannot solve societal problems, I don't think it is important. Let me expatiate further. I wanted to go for, before this Ukraine-Russian war, I had applied for a sabbatical in the Russian Academy of Science in Moscow. And I wrote they said, oh, you have to go, look at what we pay, but we want you to be more comfortable by giving us a research proposal why you think what you'll be able to serve within this 1 year, you will stay with us. And I did something. They said, okay, we're sending it to the people that might need it. So they have sent it to the people. What was the essence in Nigeria? We tend to apply too much, and they will bring out money for it. But it is unfortunate that here you rarely get research grants. Why will they give you? I don't blame them. Why will they give you when they don't need it? Who will keep bringing out that money? That is the challenge we're having. So, but if we organize ourselves in such a way that we will help, you will see they will be telling us we have electoral challenges, INEC is not doing well and all this. And they are not interested in telling people. Don't you see, when Humphrey Nwosu came as a professor of political science, he gave a reasoned approach of getting out of the quagmire, and people stood behind. And Nigerians feel up to today. Some of us who were not started voting that time, I think, but at least I was old enough. I think I should have started voting because I finished secondary school that time in 1993. I was old enough, and I came out, and people stood behind others. Even though I'm not saying it is perfect, but Nigerians attest to the fact that that election conducted by Humphrey Nwosu is
still the freest
election that Nigeria has ever had. So, if you have challenges, you get the system in such a way that people will use research and development to work on getting the best out of the situation. The educational system works. It's not about changing. It's about creating conducive atmosphere for it. Have you ever asked yourself, why is it that most of our people, when they leave Nigeria, I know one man, an Igbo man, that has over 900 patents in the
900
US.
patents?
In the US. But if the man had been here, they would have killed that ingenuity in him, as Nigeria will always kill the ingenuity of others. So that's my problem. It's not about these changes only, but it's about getting the environment ripe enough so that people will say, look at Elon Musk. I think they say he's the richest person on earth. He's the only person who has entered into a trillionaire. Now, sometimes, like Bill Gates and all these other people, they couldn't finish secondary school. But the system was not laying emphasis too much on the certificates acquired, but on the practicality of the use of what is in your head, the ingenuity. And unless we create such atmosphere, it's not about changing of all these systems. It's about creating such atmosphere and environment. We can never get it right.
Right. All right, Doc. You know, I've listened to you quite intently, and I'm stuck between reality and what is. And my question would be, in reality, what and where do we place the children that have to undergo this change? And you've taken me through history. I understand that there was a time when it worked. If your living standard 6, you are already made teacher, capable of imparting knowledge to others. So what becomes of the children that are meant to undergo this sudden change? And what do we expect against the background that the system equally has teachers whom I suppose are not equally, trained for this sudden change as well?
That's why I had asked you that question. All these changes, for whose interests? I don't mean to come here.
Doc, what is where lies the interest of the children now? The question.
That's I understand you. That's what I'm trying to.
Whose interest?
That's what I'm trying to answer.
There is an interest we are looking for.
Yes. That's why I said these things are there of whose interest. Whose interest do they want to serve? Let's say, for instance, now, in Enugu here, we have a change suddenly like that when Governor Mbah came. And Mbah said he's building smart schools, and we are seeing a lot of those structures. Now, I know of a lot of teachers in primary school. You are saying you are giving smart schools. Do they know how to be smart in that sense? A lot of them don't have computer knowledge. And a lot of them are over 60. Remember that federal government extended the retirement age of primary school teachers because a lot of young people are no longer recruiting into primary school teaching. So they now say that anybody will teach up to 70 years. And a lot of these people who are teaching in primary schools now are up to 70. A lot are over 50. And they are not computer literate. Making them, you started this program without taking a longer time to transition from analog to digital. You see, whose interests are you serving? How can those teachers, I know some of the schools I visit now, especially private schools, in their computer training, they bring people who come there to impact because a lot of the teachers are incapable of impacting on this. So they bring teachers, those days they will be doing it, the teachers will come, who are teaching the pupils computer, will come from elsewhere. They are not in the payroll in that sense, but they come as ad hoc people and come to teach them. So of whose interests are you serving when you are doing such somersault? That's why I come again to say that the interests they are creating or they are pretending to serve in changing all these things, causing all these policy somersaults here and there, we don't know whose interest, whether it is for, because I know that if you want to make the system smart, there are people who will benefit immediately in terms of funding, because people will be given the contract to buy all these things. Are they the primary interests? If they are not, who has that interest? Is interest for the children? I doubt, because, okay, it's good for the children to learn computer and all these things at early age. It's very good. But how have you been able to inculcate it into the curriculum and curriculum development? Who are the people who develop the curriculum? Because except you get those experts and they sit down over the years to articulate and know what we want, that is environmental friendly, all these things you are talking about will not work.
All this will not work.
Will not work. I remember that somewhere in Benin, I've attended a conference in Benin Republic, and sometimes I also found out there was a time in my community village here in Mak, some people were coming from Benin, Ghana, to come and do they finish secondary school, and as they are coming out of secondary school, they have skills they have acquired. And those skills they have acquired, some of them are tiling, some are POP, some are electrification, and they have put all those things. You'll be so surprised that when you see them, when they come, you wouldn't know that it's only this thing they have finished. And they do it very, very well. That's what they have acquired as they are finishing. Some are interested because it depends on the area of aptitude. Some are carpenters, and they were doing those things in our place, doing them better than the ordinary people. So a lot of our people, when they want to build their houses, they will go and get them from Lagos and other places, and they will do and go. So such educational system had the interests of the pupils or students at heart. But until we see what these people are trying to do, it might be difficult for us to answer to whose interests these things are. That's my own challenge.
On that note, we'll take a short break. And when we return, we'll continue probing into this shift. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and we'll be looking at the shifts in our educational system. The Nigeria moves to scrap 6334 for 12-year basic education, and helping us with deeper insights on this has been Professor J. Chidozie Chukwuokolo, who is a professor of philosophy and philosophy of development in Ebonyi State University, Abakaliki. Prof, it's been a pleasure so far.
Thank you.
Yeah, following the trajectory of our conversation, I'm bothered to ask, because you've taken me through history, and I'm asking, what has actually changed, between the educational environment that we had and where we are and where we are heading? Because you've raised another pertinent question: to whose interest is this shift about? Because a lot of issues are trumped up. But before we delve into that, let me ask, what has really changed?
Irresponsibility.
Irresponsibility.
What has, from responsibility to irresponsibility.
On whose part now?
Government.
On
there
government.
Is no doubt about this. Let me tell you. I was in Abuja last week, and we were discussing a little conference, and somebody told me, somebody who was here in the 60s, 70s, he was like, as an undergraduate at the University of Nigeria and Nsukka, he had a lot of white people who were coming here to school. He had a lot of Cameroonians, a lot of other African people, even lecturers. In fact, last week, Al Anatosi, an artist, a professor of fine arts, a Ghanaian, was celebrated because he was here over 40 years at the University of Nigeria and was teaching, and had anchored a Ghanaian, and had anchored certain aspects of fine arts that he introduced. And people came out massively. He became 80 years. And so Associate Professor Greg Mbajog edited a book in his honor. And that book was unveiled by Igwe Achabe Abogide last week. And it was amazing. Such were those environments when people all kinds of people wanted to come to other countries to teach. But today, most universities in our country would prefer people from their states, people from their region to be there. And so university has become transition from universal, which is university, to particular now, because people now want those who are in their environment. Meritocracy has been killed for favoritism. So it is the government that gradually had continued to kill the things out of irresponsibility. That's the way I look at it. So, because what has changed is that these people are no longer interested in sponsoring education properly. You will see, as it is now, I am a professor on step 7. Now, you will find out, like Peterobi will say, that if I keep saving my money for the number of years I will be in the university, I won't be able to build a house. Why do you think?
Is it that bad?
It's worse. You can't even buy a new car if you save all your salaries from that time till now. Why I'm saying this is that you can see that those things are capable of touching the productivity of those in the university system. But if at least those days people were trained, you go attend conferences. In 2023, the Humboldt in Germany invited me and some other people to Germany. They paid, all expense paid. I have had some occasions where you will want to attend a conference and there may not be money for sponsorship. And you will even have some papers that are accepted for a publication and they want publication charge, what they call APC. You will tell them you can't. There was a time they told me that I will pay $200. I said, that's almost my salary. And I cannot use it. I have other bills to pay. They say, your university is supposed to pay. What would I tell them? I didn't want to say anything. I have had a course in, I think 3 years ago or so, to publish in one journal in the US. And for them to finish the process of publishing, they had asked a question: who sponsored this research? And I wrote, none. It's self-sponsored in it. They will send that thing back to me until the person who was writing down asked, we don't want to get into trouble. How can people sponsor you and you did this research, you don't want to acknowledge them? I said, nobody sponsored me. It was, and that thing delayed for like 6 weeks from the date of publication. And they were always sending that thing every week. I didn't even understand that that was the reason, because they never believed one could do such research without sponsorship or grant for it. And they will always acknowledge the grantees, the grantor. Sorry, so what I'm trying to say is, that's how we came from a little bit of something manageable to what we are in now. So, and that's why ASU has always been, and people who don't understand will always say ASU is making trouble. They don't want students to graduate. But if the university system, sometimes you will enter the lecture halls, especially if you are like some of us who used to teach general studies. You will come to a hall where you will need microphone, you won't have it. Not because the university doesn't want, but there's no funding to get those things.
There's no funding.
To get it. So in Nigeria, universities are not adequately funded. And the researchers in the universities are not happy doing their work. And I wonder, a lot of people may think that it is not easy. If people had known what was going on, they may not choose to come to lecture because it's of no effect, the impacts. That's why you see a lot of people have died even this year from my own environment, and a lot of universities because of inability to be able to take care of their medical needs. So, the bottom line is policy somersault, lack of proper funding, adequate funding of the Nigerian educational system.
All right. With what you highlighted, it strictly, underlines the situation of the average Nigerian teacher, not just the lecturer at the higher institution. But let me ask a bit. We are talking about a system, especially when we're looking at the basic education system, and you're the apex of educational system in Nigeria. Let me ask, how has the quality of the students, let me know is the word children, that you've had to, take through across the years, have you seen a degeneration in the quality that we are getting from below to through the university system?
Well, it's unfortunate because for me, what I have seen is that sometimes you get all these magic centers in WIEC.
Magic centers in WIEC.
They have dealt with the educational system. Sometimes you get a student who had A1 throughout and jump over 300. Sometimes, I don't say all the time, because there are brilliant people. I've met a lot of brilliant students that I taught. But sometimes you get these people who are not what their papers have said they are. And then they will come. You can't give what you don't have. You'll be so shocked at the level of what you will get. But what will you do? You continue to do what you are paid for.
So how do you cope with such?
What will you do if you have a passion for teaching like I do? You keep trying and ensuring that at least you have over 60%.
Over 60%.
Of people who understand you, and you go that day. And that's the truth. Otherwise, very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate it is. But Prof, before I, start thinking of letting you go, we've really outlined this issue. But before I ask of solution, I'm looking at what is there to learn from the failures of the past, especially as it has to do with policy formulation. I have this notion that Nigeria has never lacked in policy formulation. But what can we learn from the failures of the past moving forward?
Well, apart from the values that enthrone those who lead us.
The values that enthrone those who lead us?
Yes, because if you have poor value orientation, you can't give what you don't have. Let's say, for instance, those who don't see leadership as legacy, but something that they just use to nest the feeders of their cronies, you will see that when they come, it doesn't concern them. There's this adage, if you climb the Iroko tree, get all the firewoods there, because you can't climb the Iroko tree all the time. Those who have this type of orientation will certainly not offer you anything. But if you have the value that, look, all these things we're acquiring, you will live them. I used to tell people that we can't live this world alive. No matter how you try, we can't live here alive. So if you understand we are not living this place alive, and understand also that the ultimate for eternal life is the legacy of service you have left. That's what will make people keep remembering you. Look at the man in history, Jesus Christ. He lived only 33 years, used only 3 years to walk, but you see, he has attained eternal life. Because there's nothing you will do on earth you will remember him. Look at the man, Karl Marx. He was so poor, a pauper, to the extent that Kwashoka killed one of his children, but you can't be studying society without him, and a lot of other people like that. So if you have legacy of service in terms of what you have bequeathed on humanity, then you can get to some point. But until we have such leaders who think that way, who don't think that, look, whether you vote for me or you don't vote for me, I must be your president, it is my turn, and whether I'm doing well or I'm not doing well, it doesn't concern me. Then, what else do you want? They can't give you what they don't have. So we have to learn to start interrogating the values we're thrown in the society. Children see us, children see adults, and they rig elections. And then that child goes to, or those children go to school, and you don't want them to do malpractice to pass. What we are seeing, what we are showing as example, they think they will not see that and do. Children do more of what they see than what you tell them. They learn more from it. So this is basically what I call transvaluations of our values. We must change those values towards what we want. So everything revolves around bad leadership. If we have better leaders, these things will not happen. Policies, who make those policies? Are there experts in those areas? You just come and bring round pegs on square holes. How will they work? So these things are very important for the lifespan of our society.
All right. Very explicit, Prof. But before I just let you go, Prof, how do we then strike a balance between science and humanity, just in a nutshell?
Well, we create such institutions of experts who are passionate about doing it, and they will design programs. Look at what NEC tried to do before when we were using BMAS. Before you graduate from the university, there are certain basic courses you will do in humanities. You must do logic, you must do philosophy, you must do history. The essence of those things were to humanize you, to make you human. So even if you are a science, you will understand these basic areas. And once you do them, you will start thinking that look at what the way society is supposed to be. But when you don't have such things, the risk will be there. So I think it is better we institutionalize, we create institutions that bring out what our children are supposed to know and how they are supposed to know them, and create a balance. And then the society will get better.
Thank you very much, Prof. But one quick one, just in a nutshell, just less than a minute. There's this policy shift regarding NYSC from the practice of the over 53 years to a new policy direction where Nigerian youth corpers are meant to spend about 6 weeks in the camp, now learning what we call trade. What's your opinion on that?
The problem we always have here is implementation.
Implementation.
So if it will be properly implemented, what is wrong about it? I will even advocate for 2 months of the 1 year to be learning those skills, if 2 months will be enough. Because why I'm saying this is that if every person who has graduated learns or acquires any useful skill of that person's aptitude, then what else? A lot of the children I know now are telling, look, I don't want to do Oloibo because white-collar job, you can't feed yourself, which is true. So they think of what to do to be able to get off the system. So that is what I think we should do. It's not about policy creation, it's about implementation. How do you implement them?
All right, thank you, Prof. And that's the much we can take today on The Insight. And if you've been watching us, we've been discussing with Professor J. Chidozie Chukwokolo, who is a professor of philosophy and philosophy of education, Ebonyi State. Philosophy of development, Ebonyi State University. Prof, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate it.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag, The Insight, all on our social media handles at Aneke TV. Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. At least 6 people have been killed in fresh attacks on farming communities in Plateau State. Cross River State Police Command impound 25 vehicles for operating without registration plates. National Identity Management Commission says more than 136 million Nigerians and legal residents have been enrolled in the National Identity Database. Details of the news. The River State Police Command has appealed to the residents of Owo community in Thai local government area to remain calm ahead of the planned disposal of expired explosives between July 8th and July 10th. The operation to be carried out by the Police Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit involves obsolete explosives belonging to Halliburton Energy Services. Police said the exercise will be conducted under strict safety procedures and urged members of the public not to panic over loud explosions expected during the period. The command assured residents that security personnel and technical experts have concluded all necessary risk assessments to guarantee the safety of lives and property throughout the controlled disposal exercise. It advised members of the public to comply with safety directives and avoid restricted areas during the operation. Meanwhile, the River State House of Assembly has summoned the managing director of Hess Energies Limited to appear before lawmakers on July 20th over alleged failure to respond to petitions submitted by affected communities. The Assembly warned that failure to honor the invitation could result in the issuance of a warrant compelling his appearance. In another resolution, the Assembly directed Renaissance African Energy Company to pay more than 205 million naira as compensation to the Bidere community following environmental damage alleged caused by a recent oil spill. Armed bandits have attacked Nasarawa Bokolo village in Bokuyum local government area of Zamfara state, abducting an unspecified number of residents during a late evening raid. Eyewitness accounts indicate that the attackers invaded the community and fled with their victims into nearby forest, leaving residents in fear and uncertainty. The incident has heightened concerns over the persistent security challenges confronting several rural communities across Zamfara state, where cases of kidnapping, armed attacks and cattle rustling have continued despite ongoing security operations. At the time of this report, the exact number of abducted persons have not been officially confirmed. Neither the Zamfara state government nor the state police command had issued an official statement on the incident as of the time of filing this report. The latest incident comes amid growing concerns about the impact of insecurity on agricultural activities in the northwest. Reports from neighboring Kebbi State indicate that armed groups have been targeted farmers in parts of Danko Wasagu local government area, raising fears over food production and rural livelihoods during the current farming season. At least 6 people have been killed and 3 others injured following separate attacks on farming communities in Barakin Ladi and Riyom local government areas of Plateau State. The incident occurred between Saturday and early hours of Sunday, with victims reportedly attacked on their farms and in their communities. The Berum Youth Molders Association condemned the attack, describing them as unacceptable acts of violence against peaceful communities. The group identified some of the victims and appealed to security agencies to intensify efforts to protect lives and property across the affected areas. The association also expressed concern over reports of armed groups operating in remote locations within the state and called on security agencies to strengthen intelligence gathering and preventive operations aimed at dismantling criminal hideouts before further attacks occur. The Lagos State Police Command has arrested 150 suspects during a coordinated security operation across the Igando and Idimu areas of the state. The operation, conducted under the ongoing anti-crime initiative known as Operation Kosaye, targeted identified criminal hideout following intelligence reports. The command said police operatives recovered 100 registered motorcycles, 54 mobile phones, firearms including locally fabricated weapons, military camouflage, suspected stolen generators, charms and quantities of suspected cannabis during the operation. Commissioner of Police Mr. Tijani Fatai said all suspects remain in police custody while investigations continue to determine their level of involvement in criminal activities. He assured residents that those found culpable would be prosecuted in accordance with the law. The Rivers State Police Command has impounded 25 vehicles for operating without registration plates and for using covered, altered, defaced or unauthorized dealer number plates. The enforcement exercise was carried out in compliance with the nationwide directive of the Inspector General of Police, IGP nscdc, aimed at strengthening public safety and crime prevention. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Sunday Etiokba announced this in a statement issued in Calabar, stating that affected motorists had been subjected to the appropriate administrative and legal procedures and are being prosecuted in accordance with the law. According to the command, the exercise is intended to improve vehicle identification, enhance law enforcement operations, and deny criminal elements the anonymity often associated with unregistered or unconcealed number plates. The Cross River State Police Command urged motorists to comply with all vehicle registration requirements and appeal to members of the public to remain vigilant by reporting suspicious persons and activities through the force's designated emergency channels. The Ebonyi State Police Command has commenced an investigation into the alleged assault of a civilian by police officers in Ohuhu local government area. The victim, who reportedly sustained serious injuries during the incident, is receiving treatment at the Federal Teaching Hospital, Abakaliki. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Joshua Okandu said the Commissioner of Police, CP Hope Urunwa Okafo, immediately directed that the officers involved to be transferred to the state command headquarters following reports of the incident. He added that the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of the State Criminal Investigation Department has been mandated to conduct a thorough investigation. The command assured the public that the investigation would be transparent, impartial, and in line with established police procedures. It also expressed sympathy to the victim and pledged that justice would be served based on outcome of the inquiry. A police inspector attached to the Enugu State Police Command, Dr. Bodo Paul Ikechukwu, has reportedly died following a road accident involving a police convoy in Enugu State. The late officer, a native of Mbologu in Nuzo 1 in local government area, was serving in the operations department of the Enugu State Police Headquarters at the time of the incident. Reports indicate that he sustained fatal injuries after he was allegedly struck by a vehicle in the convoy. Colleagues and associates have described the deceased, who was also a doctoral degree holder, as a committed and dedicated police officer whose death is a significant loss to the command and his community. As of the time of this report, the Enugu State Police Command had not issued an official statement on the incident. Further details are being awaited as investigations continue in the circumstance surrounding the incident. The Imo State Deputy Governor, Lady Chinyere Ihuoma Ekomaru, has urged young people to reject drug abuse and embrace responsible lifestyle that will enable them to achieve their full potential. She made the appeal during a substance abuse awareness workshop organized by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Owerri. Lady Ekomaru described drug abuse as a major threat to public health, family stability, and national development. She commended the organizers for promoting awareness and encouraged young people to avoid substance abuse and other harmful practices capable of undermining their future. The Deputy Governor said the Imo State government remains committed to combating drug abuse through sustained public enlightenment, prevention programs, and rehabilitation exercise initiatives. She also highlighted the state collaboration with the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, ndlea, and other stakeholders to tackle illicit drug activities. The Anambra State government has announced plans to strengthen collaboration with traditional birth attendants as part of efforts to reduce maternal and infant mortality across the state. The initiative was unveiled during a strategic meeting between officials of the State Ministry of Health and traditional birth attendants in Oka. Commissioner for Health Dr. Afamo BDK said the government would identify, register, and document qualified traditional birth attendants operating in the 21 local government areas of the state. He explained that the initiative would also provide regular training, supervision, and enforcement of approved standards of practices. Dr. BDK said every registered traditional birth attendant will be linked to a designated primary health care center or hospital to ensure prompt referral of complicated pregnancy and delivery cases. He stressed that the objective is to improve collaboration and strengthen maternal health care rather than discourage the practice. A federal high court sitting in Abuja has ordered the final forfeiture of a luxury apartment complex and the interim forfeiture of 4 other properties linked to former Minister of Power, Saleh Maman. Justice James Omotosho granted the application filed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, after ruling that the commission had established that the apartment complex known as Warijam Apartment in Wuse 2, Abuja, was acquired with proceeds of unlawful activities. The court also ordered the interim forfeiture of 4 additional properties, including a commercial complex, residential buildings in Abuja, and a property in Kaduna State. Justice Omotosho directed the EFCC to publish the interim forfeiture order in a national newspaper within 7 days to allow any interested party to show cause why the assets should not be permanently forfeited to the federal government. The ruling follows the conviction of former Minister on Corruption and Money Laundering charges. The FCC said investigations linked the properties to proceeds of crime, while the court had earlier ordered that the recovery of funds traced to the former public official in accordance with the law. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a reminder of our top stories. At least 6 people have been killed in fresh attacks on farming communities in Plateau State, with security agencies intensifying efforts to restore calm in the affected communities. The Cross River State Police Command has impounded 25 vehicles for operating without registration plate and for using covered, altered or unauthorized dealer number plates in line with the directive of the Inspector General of Police. Coming up shortly, the National Identity Management Commission says more than 136 million Nigerians and legal residents have been enrolled in the National Identity Database as the federal government implements a new digital identity law to strengthen identity management and improve service delivery. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly, with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The National Identity Management Commission says it has registered more than 136 million Nigerians and legal residents into the National Identity Database as the federal government rolls out a new legal framework to strengthen the country's digital identity system. The newly enacted National Identity Management Commission Act replaces the 2007 legislation and reinforces the national identification number, known as the foundation of Nigeria's digital identity ecosystem. The reform is designed to promote a one-person, one-identity system, eliminate duplicate records, and improve identity verification for public and private sector services. Director General of the Commission, Mrs. Abishoye Koka Odushote, said the Commission is working closely with the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning to deploy identity data for national planning, targeted social intervention programs, and financial inclusion. She added that the new framework will also strengthen data protection and improve the delivery of government services. Former Minister of Aviation Chief Femi Fani-Kayode has received his letters of credence ahead of his assumption of duty as Nigeria's High Commissioner to the Republic of South Africa, with concurrent accreditation to the Kingdom of Lesotho and Kingdom of Eswatini. The letters of credence were presented on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu by the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Shola Enikonlaye, following the receipt of diplomatic approval from the respective host countries. Speaking after the presentation, Chief Fani Kayode expressed appreciation to President Tinubu for the appointment and pledged to strengthen Nigeria's diplomatic relations with the three Southern African nations. He said he would work to deepen bilateral cooperation in areas of trade, investment, security, and regional integration. The High Commissioner designate is expected to proceed to Pretoria, where he will formally present his credentials to President Cyril Ramaphosa before commencing official diplomatic engagements on behalf of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The federal government has inaugurated Nigeria's first manufacturing technology university innovation port, known as Manutech Uniport, at the Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Umudike in Abia State. The Innovation Hub is a collaborative initiative involving the federal government, the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TET Fund, and the Abia State government. The project is aimed at promoting research, innovation, technology transfer, and entrepreneurship within Nigeria's university system. Representing Vice President Kashim Shettima, the Minister of Education, Dr. Latunji Alausa, described the facility as a strategic investment in Nigeria's industrial future. He said universities must increasingly become centers of innovation and enterprise capable of supporting economic growth and job creation. Governor Dr. Alex Oti welcomed the establishment of the Innovation Hub, describing it as a vote of confidence in Abia State's development agenda. Also speaking, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and UNDP Regional Director for Africa, Mrs. Ahunna Eziokanwa, said the facility would provide opportunities for young innovators to transform ideas into sustainable enterprises and contribute to Africa's technological advancement. Imo State Governor Senator Hope Uzodinma has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to partnering with investors to unlock the state's gas resources and accelerate industrial development. Speaking during a meeting with the management of the Ano Gas Processing Company at the Government House in Owerri, Governor Uzodinma said the responsible development of the state's natural gas resources would promote job creation, increase internally generated revenue, and stimulate economic growth. The governor assured prospective investors of a stable business environment and pledged the support of the state government in advancing projects capable of delivering long-term economic benefits to the people of Imo State. He stressed the importance of local content development and sustainable investment in the energy sector. Managing Director of the Ano Gas Processing Company, Mr. James Makinde, reaffirmed the company's commitment to strengthening its partnership with the Imo State government. Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has renewed her call for households across the country to embrace home gardening as a practical means of improving food security and nutrition. The appeal followed the harvest of vegetables from her garden at the presidential villa in Abuja, established under the Every Home a Garden initiative of the Renewed Hope Initiative. The harvest included vegetables such as spinach, water leaf, and floated pumpkin. Senator Tinubu said home gardening provides families with access to fresh and nutritious food while helping to reduce household food costs. She also encouraged Nigerians to make productive use of available spaces to cultivate vegetables and other food crops. The First Lady distributed part of the harvested produce to members of her household staff and reiterated the importance of compassion, self-reliance, and community support. She said the initiative remains part of broader efforts to encourage sustainable food production and promote healthier living across the country. Now in sports, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, has released the list of clubs cleared to participate in the preliminary rounds of the 2026-2027 CAF Champions League, with Enugu Rangers and Rivers United confirmed as Nigeria's representatives. According to the fixtures published by CAF, the preliminary round will begin in early September. First leg matches are scheduled for September 4th to 6th, while the return fixtures will be played a week later as clubs compete for places in the next stage of the competition. Teams that advance will proceed to the second preliminary round in October, with successful sides securing qualification for the group stage, which is expected to commence in November. 12 member associations, including Nigeria, have been allotted 2 slots based on CAF's ranking system. CAF also disclosed that a few places remain subject to the conclusion of domestic leagues in Equatorial Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, and Somalia. The continental competition will run through the season before culminating in the final scheduled for May 2027. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress Aneke has celebrated celebrity stylist Swanky Jerry on his birthday, describing him as a dependable friend and a strong source of support in her life. In a message shared on her social media platforms, Makule expressed appreciation for his loyalty, encouragement, and constant presence during difficult moments. She also hinted at an upcoming project they are working on together. The public tribute comes after the pair's widely reported disagreement during the 2023 season of the reality television series Young, Famous, and African, where differences between both personalities played out publicly. Their latest exchange suggests that the relationship has been fully restored. Makule concluded by wishing Swanky Jerry continued success, good health, and greater achievements in the years ahead. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. At least 6 people have been killed in fresh attacks on farming communities in Barakin, Ladi, and Riom local government areas of Plateau State. The attacks, which also left several others injured, have drawn widespread condemnation from community leaders, who are calling on the federal government and security agencies to intensify intelligence-led operations to apprehend those responsible and prevent further violence. Meanwhile, the Cross River State Police Command has impounded 25 vehicles for operating without registration plates and for using covered, altered, defaced, or unauthorized dealer number plates. The command's police public relations officer, Mr. Sunday Etiokpa, said the enforcement exercise was carried out in compliance with the directive of the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, to enhance public safety, strengthen vehicle identification, and curb criminal activities. And finally, the National Identification Management Commission says more than 136 million Nigerians and legal residents have been enrolled in the National Identity Database following the implementation of the new National Identity Management Commission Act. Director General of NIMC, Mrs. Abishoye Koka Odushote, said the new legal framework strengthens the national identification number as the country's unified digital identity system. While the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, described the reform as a major step towards improving governance, public service delivery, and financial inclusion. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 07030433710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidinma Masagwa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity. Good day, viewers, and welcome to Aneke TV, where we bring you real voices from the streets. Today, we are focusing on the current situation in Nigeria, looking at how it affects everyday life, from economy and cost of living to security, transportation, and basic needs. We went out to hear directly from Nigerians about their experiences and opinions about the present state of the country. Let's hear what they have to say.
The situation currently in Nigeria is very demeaning and appalling, in the sense that as youths of this country, we sometimes wish that we are not born in this country. And me, as a person, a young graduating from school, now trying to start up life and facing the situation so hard, thinking of how to, cope along with the high cost of living, things in the stuffs in the market, high cost of transportation, a little distance from your place to another, you'll be paying a huge amount of money because of hike in fuel price and all of that. So it's actually draining us as youth, especially when we are unemployed, having nothing to do, and we are the little you're able to get from one menial job or the other, you are spending it as if like you are plugging the money from tree every day. So, but we thank God that at least we are surviving it. People who have been before us survived it, and we believe that Nigeria will soon become a better place to live. But at the same time, we as youths, we won't relent. We keep pushing and try to make things out of the little things we are doing to make things better in the country. It's when you have something doing, you can actually, think of better things to, offer to the society. Because the situation in the country can actually frustrate you to do things which at the end of the day, the government will say, okay, the youth are not doing the right thing, you understand? But as much as we still have people thinking positively for the country, which I believe I myself am included. My goal for this country is that if I'm able to get my hands on things that I can, use and empower myself and empower others, I believe this country would be a better place for we, the youth, and every other person to, bank on at the end of the day.
The current state in Nigeria now is very difficult economically, and anyone with one wonders where they are, because anyone who has the plight of the fellow human beings who is very vivid and visible. It's no more something someone can say is hidden. Now, coming to me personally, because of my own revolutionary orientation of things, I see this thing as a positive, because I feel like for a long time Nigeria has been bedeviled by complacency and apathy. So I feel like as things begin to tighten up in the country, is beginning to increase the consciousness of the people to get to the threshold it needs to get to for us to be able to take matters into our hands as the people and move to the next level. I feel like the future of Nigeria is very, very bright. I feel that because I know that normally as in Igbo parlance, they say chukwujeku, which basically means dialectically, there are contradictions. Everything that you see is progressive and is moving us towards where we need to be going. Even the hardship that you have are for a reason. So I feel like in Nigeria right now, no matter how hard things are, is a step forward, because dialectics is not always a straight path. Sometimes it goes up, it goes down. So I feel like even though things are hard, is moving us forward to the threshold we need to get to before we can change our condition.
The current situation in Nigeria now is very, very bad. It's very, very bad. Like for instance now, for transport, like from here to Ababa, before is 200, but now it's 500. Do you see the difference? So for instance, like I'm into printing, the cost of the material that we are buying before is not what we are getting it now. So the whole thing is changed, everything changed, and everything is very, very bad. And when it comes to electricity, before light used to, but now there is no light. The way I'm seeing this country now, I don't think there is hope. Do you understand? I don't think there is hope. The whole thing now is kind of, the thing is like, kind of, we are just getting it as if it's our culture. So it's mastering us. So that's it.
Everything is hard. Like, that's the main point. In every aspect, monetary, lights, like everything. From my house to my workplace, the transport fare, feeding, Jesus Christ. My salary doesn't last up to 2 weeks.
Honestly, it's a terrible situation. I don't even know where to start, because the thing affected the entire economy. I don't know. For instance, now, for the past 3 to 4 days, we've not gotten light. And light is the major thing that helps in, a business, So as anything stands still, fuel also is on the high increase. So the thing is affected, and once something like this started happening, it's affecting the entire economy. It's only God that can tell, because from the way I'm seeing it, I think it's like the thing is getting worse on daily basis. It's getting worse. I'm not seeing unless by the intervention of God Almighty. But now, I don't think there's any hope for us now.
From the responses gathered, it is clear that Nigerians are facing a range of challenges in their daily lives, especially in areas of economy, transportation, and access to basic necessities. Despite these difficulties, many still express hope for improvement and a better future for the country. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, enugu. How you guys doing? It is amazing Tuesday afternoon, live on Aneke TV. I bring to you the best of best entertainment show live on Aneke TV. I go by the name Gift Obodo, properly called Shushu Laura, aka all kinds of spicy pepper. Today I have a lot for you on the table. I'm going to ransack the front table, but today I'm going to have a very big twist. And to have this big twist, in my show today, I have the amazing #1 AI tech guru in the industry. He is an expert in media and tech, analysis. And may I call Mr. Victor. Oh, okay. How are you doing, Mr. Victor?
I'm fine. Thank you for having me.
You are looking amazing, giving us the, expert guru vibes,
Thank you.
What do you have for us at the table today?
I can't wait to answer your question. So
Why are you looking like the question is going to be a mind-blowing one? Like, this guy is going to terrorize me today,
Actually, I came prepared, so
okay. Actually, there's something that has been just trending before we, visit your field of expertise. There has been things trending, and one of it is about Uche Obodo, who shares that how to survive narcissists, especially husbands who are narcissists and who have made a lot of disgraceful impact when it comes to marriage. Now she said something. She said the main attitude to give to your husband is to become useless in their exploitation, and a narcissist keeps using people and don't let the man use you or tour you around. There are two reasons: free labor of money, do whatever you have to do, but make sure you don't give a man space, to terrorize you. So what do you think about this?
There's a reason why I see stories like this, and I just decide not to look into it, because this is, first of all, this is social media, and she's saying her opinion. So somebody's opinion is perfect for them, right? It doesn't make it a universal truth.
No, but she has brought it to the social media to now advise people out there
that's what I'm getting.
To deal with their husband when he becomes so,
That's her advice. That's her opinion.
Yeah.
So it is left for you to know what is. I always tell people, know what is good for you. This life we are living is a unique thing. Like, you can't live your life based on someone else's opinion, right? So if she's saying something like that, good for her. I don't blame her. I can't say she's right, I can't say she's wrong. But what I'm saying is, you as an adult, you know the person you are married to. You know what will work in your marriage or in whatever you are doing with anybody. Do what will work. do whatever that will make your marriage work, not what anybody says on social media.
So about one thing about you are as a media analyst, you know, an expert. You know, these things we send off to the internet is just a way of teaching people, you know, enlightening people. So if the information out there is for them to, you know, feed on, people around us to feed on. So if they give this kind of information, is there any way the internet should sieve out this kind of post, not to, you know, have a very bad or dangerous effect on the people?
Well, I think these social media platforms already have some protocols that they keep in check malicious words and, you know, images. But there is no malicious word. She wasn't using any malicious word or any vulgar word. It's just that the whole idea is about idea.
Inciting people.
Yes, and I don't see how governments can stop people from posting what they want to post unless they want to create like an agency that will now be in between what you post and the public, where they have to analyze your. But like I said, it's her opinion. You can't stop somebody from saying her opinion. It is just left for you to do what is
so
right.
Let's go over to the main topic of today, which is the impact of AI in the media and tech industry. A lot of questions has blown my mind, and I've just been answering. I'm just curious. You know, some people will be like AI. Some people don't know the meaning. So can you just enlighten us? You know, give us a true in of this AI and then media and, you know, tech industry, how it operates.
Okay, I'll keep it very simple and basic. So, AI is a model that was designed to mimic human beings, to mimic how human beings do things, right? So it mimics how human beings write, how human beings talk, how human beings design, create things. So, and it has access to the internet. So whenever you prompt AI for something, it goes to the internet, it looks around, checks different websites and articles, understand how that thing is being done, how people have answered the question in previous times, to come and give you a response in a human-like form. So that is AI. AI is not a human being. It is just a model that has the ability to go through the internet to give you answers. And if you prompt AI to design a graphics, it goes to the internet, looks at what people have designed before, and give you.
No, me at a point, I think I'm seeing AI as a very dangerous force coming into the, you know, the tech industry, because let's take for instance, we saw recently I saw a dancing governor, a dancing president, a dancing, you know, and what the people just need to do is just to bring picture. You know, AI is there. I think someone in the internet just recently have said AI is terrorizing everybody. Do you think idea align with this opinion that AI is actually terrorizing everybody? It's going to, in the next coming generation, it's going to be a mind-blowing thing. People will not differentiate between the real actual thing and the difference, because AI is just giving this. I think at a point I can add a little dictates that this picture little is I can dictate a little. I mean, the emphasis on little, you know, dictate that this picture or this visual or this video is AI generated. Just imagine someone is not telling you. Imagine what will be of this incoming generation in the next few years to come. It will be massive. You can't differentiate. But do you think actually AI is a dangerous force reckoning on the tech industry?
AI is not a dangerous force. The intention of AI was to help humans. You know, before computers were created, people really worked so hard to carry out tasks. So computers were created. And even when computers were created, there were some things that if you have to do on your own, like tedious work, you have to like work hard. So the idea of AI was the intention initially was to help people do things without doing it. So instead of doing something, you program a model that will do it the way you would have done it, right? So, but now AI is like a double-edged sword. It's not dangerous, and then it depends on how you want to use it. For example, I can clone your voice if you don't want to read news today. I can clone your voice. Maybe you are sick. I can clone your voice and type the news. Use your voice to air the news. That's a good thing.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Wow.
No, but now somebody that have an issue with you can clone your voice and type something bad and use your voice to air it. That's bad.
Wow.
So it depends on how you want to use it. It's not good, it's not bad.
Because I'm talking about the, everything has a good and bad, but I'm not focusing on the bad aspect, because like recently people, we have seen, like I said, dancing governors, dancing presidents, making jest of all these things. I said a lot of things, and I'm saying, yeah, because as a lawyer, I've seen so many cases in the court where, before the case come up, there has to be a substantial evidence, and this thing has to do with voice or video, visuals, and everything. So if AI has come into this world, don't you see a possible element for it terminating the credibility of some evidence or some things brought to? Now people will be questioning. There are a lot of questions. Like someone was threatening me already and was telling me that if I do too much, he will just release my need. I was like, brother, do you understand? No, he said, "Oh,
possible."
Hey, do you understand? He said, "All he actually needs is my face and my body." And then he will clone in this thing.
You don't need your body. You just
he just needs, one or two things. I don't know how he do it. The threat was so massive, and I was like, nude. Okay. I just said it. I said, don't say it again. But I've seen some things, smart things he has created, and I'm just, reckoning in my head that this thing is a weapon fashioned against some certain people. Sorry. So in the current generation, it's going to be massive. But do you think that tech is going to take us to that far instant in this country, where a lot of things with the current situation in Nigeria? Let's base it to Nigeria. With the current situation in Nigeria, do you think that people, all these technicians or people that have access to the internet, do you think they are making good use of this AI, or are they just using it to catch clues? Because everything in this country is catching clues.
Yeah. So, like I said, the initial intention for AI is for work. It was designed to do work. So like the dancing president you are talking about, actually the reason why they created a model where you can create somebody is for movies. There are some stunts that would be very, very dangerous for a human being to carry out, right? So they now have to create something that will model a person. So instead of you doing that stunt, they will use CGI, computer-generated images. They will use an AI-generated person to carry out that stunt instead of risking somebody's life. So that gives the ability to create somebody, right? To create somebody. Now, our people, based on our kind of mentality, and we like to catch crews, we now use that ability that they have created for something good to make jokes, to now create other caricatures. So that is just it. It is